Hello and good morning. So good morning to all of you. My name is Ritesh R. Jaiswal and welcome to Maha Marathon session of Science and Technology. So I have been waiting for the day when I'll come with a day-long session of Science and Technology and I'll be able to interact with all of you, right? Many students who have already gone through the classes, this session will help them to revise the entire thing. And many students who are not into system of PW only IAS, but still they will be able to get something out of it. So good morning to all of you. Good morning. I can see lots of messages coming in. Sir, today class is sufficient for UPSC 2026 prelims. This is, UPSC is all about year-long study. Year-long study. This is one of the catalyst that we can provide. So if you have studied all through the year, right, your fundamentals are very clear, your preparation are up to mark, then this class will definitely help you, right? But again, only 6-7 hours class for any one subject alone will not be sufficient. I'll be very honest and candid about it. So if any one of you are having this notion that, okay, just Mahamarathon classes and I'll clear UPSC prelims, then you will have to think and ponder that what UPSC exactly is, right? UPSC is not a kind of, examination where just few hours of the studies and it's all done. No, nothing like that. So first thing that whatever we are going to discuss today, it's a kind of, icing on the cake. So cake you have already made through year-long studies and all the fundamental classes that you have already done. And on that we are here together to put some icing onto that. Yes, it will be a nice revision and go through the entire syllabus, right? Okay. So these are the information. First of all, I'll go with that we all faculties are coming up with sessions, right? And classes are commencing on 9 a.m. every Monday and Thursday. And all the faculty all the esteemed faculty and classes are going live onto YouTube, but notes will also be available. So all the class notes will be available. That will be available on PW app. You have to go to the PW app, right? And then you can download these notes, right? So these are the information related to it. Live marathons are there on PW Only IS English YouTube channel, right? Notes are there on pw.live or application. Links will be given in description. Tests will also be conducted and that will be there on pw.live, and ebooks will also be there. So all the links are there in description in this video and you can get that. And these are the faculties who are basically taking their respective subjects and we'll go with that, right? So now without wasting time, let's start because it's a long day and we'll have to discuss a lot many things. So first of all, we'll have to understand that this is a kind of, a rapid revision kind of thing. Rapid revision. I will try to give you some insight related to your prelims examination 2026, right? Okay, so I'll start with, because obviously we have to take subjects one by one. So I'll start with a very important and prominent technology, that is a space tech, space technology. So first thing that we are going to discuss is the space technology. After that, we'll take up different technology. So first, space tech. Second, we'll go with nuclear technology. That is the second part that we are going to discuss. Third one, we'll go with biotechnology. Then fourth one, we'll go with nanotechnology, right? Then fifth one, I will go with IT and computers, and at the last, I'll talk about defense technology, right? So IT and computers and defense technology, 6 big areas we are going to cover in this session, right? In a rapid way, right? Got the point? So this is what the coverage will be: space tech, nuclear tech, biotech, nanotech, IT and computers, and defense technology to end with, right? I'll be focusing more onto the fundamental aspect of every technology, and then I'll explore those areas which are important for prelims point of view. I won't be touching anything which is mains oriented. For that, we'll have separate discussion when the main examination is around the corner, then we'll discuss more about it, right? So let's start with the space tech. So first area we are going to discuss is a space tech. Space technology, right? In a space technology, we'll divide it into two parts, right? So we'll divide into two parts. One is some basic concepts. So some basic concepts we are going to discuss, and in a basic concept, we'll talk about outer space. Then we'll talk about, outer space treaty. Then we'll talk about very important part, that is orbits and its types. Then we'll talk about launch vehicles of different types. And then we'll talk about satellite. So satellite structure. Right? Got the point? Then, once the basic concept is done, then we'll move on to the application part. Application part is very important. And there we'll talk about, let's say, remote sensing, satellite communication, Then we'll talk about satellite navigation. Then we'll talk about weather satellite. Then we'll talk about experimental satellite and some space missions of India. This is what we are going to discuss. Okay. So this is your basic coverage of it, and then we'll talk about it. So already many people are there, already joining in. I can see their comments and all, but I'll be focusing more on to study this portion, this part. Okay. So let's start. So I hope you have written it. I will be doing a lot of board work so that you can also write on your copy. So it's a kind of quick notes that you can make. Okay. Got the point? So very traditional way of teaching, like blackboard, marker, and then we all will interact with each other. So let's start with it. And the first concept is outer space. It's a very easy concept. Let's say this is Earth, and just above the Earth, there is an imaginary line. This line is 100 kilometers up, and that is called Kármán line. What we call it? Kármán line. And this Kármán line is basically a line which divides outer space and air space, right? So here, just below the Kármán line, it is your airspace. What is that? Airspace. Airspace is a place where you can fly your aircraft. So up to 100 kilometers, it's airspace. And the moment you go and cross Kármán line, then it is outer space. What is that? Outer space. So airspace and outer space, right? Now, one thing you need to understand that airspace is well within national boundary. Airspace is well within national boundary. So whenever we say airspace, it is within a national boundary, right? So your nation's boundary in altitude can go up to 100 kilometer. You can claim that it is Indian airspace, or let's say Pakistan airspace, or any other country's airspace. But the moment you cross the Kármán line, then you cannot claim that space. That means outer space cannot be claimed by any country. It's a kind of international area. Any country are able to go and fly into it. So somebody is flying below Kármán line, then that aircraft need to have permission to fly above that particular country, right? But if you are flying above Kármán line, then you are astronaut and you don't need any permission. You just need to go there, right? If you have enough resources with you then, okay? So that is what this outer space or Kármán line concept is there. You got the point? Now, there is another concept that is called outer space treaty. Outer space treaty. This treaty is a part of UN 1967. And this treaty is all about that how can we utilize space for welfare-centric activity. And space should not be weaponized. Space should not be used for any military related purpose. So 1967, we all agreed under UN that space can be utilized, and primarily it should be utilized for human welfare, right? And that is why it is also known as international space law. International space law, right? And what it promotes? So it promotes, right, peaceful, that's a very important, peaceful application of applications of space. So it is peaceful applications of space that it promote. And it also prohibit, what is prohibit? Prohibits nuclear weapon in space. So it prohibits nuclear weapon in space, right? Peaceful purpose, yeah. So the whole idea of outer space was to promote the peaceful application of space technology. That is what we wanted to do, okay? So that is one thing, right? Now, if we go ahead, so this is Outer Space Treaty of UN, International Space Law, and that is how the thing is started. But, you know, the things that we had in 1967, you can see over here, it's a very long back. And after 1967, 70s, 80s, 90s, after 2000, space technology started developing. And many developed and developing countries started exploring space technology. And space technology soon become very integral part of our life. And not only that, many applications has been developed that will help in military application as well, right? So peaceful application of space technology is something that basically lost its significance. So nowadays we say that Outer Space Treaty of 1967 is now turned obsolete. It is now not holding any real ground because many countries have developed many application based on space technology which can help in military, right? So here we can see, like here, space tech is not peaceful anymore. It's not peaceful anymore, right? Why it is not peaceful anymore? Because lots of technology has been developed. Let's say a spy satellite. You know, nowadays a spy satellite. In ongoing war, you can see a spy satellites are already there, right? Then we have, very important FOBS, fractional orbital bombardment system. That means from the orbit you can bomb any country. So such technology has been developed. Then ASAT missile, anti-satellite missile is also there, Then defense communication satellite. India has also launched one. And one more, that is navigation satellite. Navigation satellite. All these things are not very peaceful. We call it peaceful, but we have lost the significance of it. It's no longer a very peaceful thing. Countries like India, China, US, Russia, and many developed countries, they have already having many technologies which cannot be considered as technically peaceful, and that's the problem. You get the point? So that's the paradox we are having. Anyway, to deal with that, there is another thing. The next topic is Artemis Accord. Artemis Accords. Artemis Accords came into existence in 2020 by USA or by NASA and 7 other members. So USA was leading it, and Artemis Accord wanted to restore this peaceful application of space, right? Right. So Artemis Accord is all about that again we can restore the peaceful exploration of space. So what Artemis Accord does, it is based on fundamentals of Outer Space Treaty, 1967. So it is basically based on fundamentals of Outer Space Treaty 1967, and there we want to bring back the peaceful thing once again. So it's a kind of, a small group where countries are coming according to their own will, right? Right. So according to their own will, country can come in, they can join this accord, and then all the member country would be able to help each other in various way. And they will promise to each other that space should be used for peaceful applications only, right? So second thing, it is non-binding and open to all countries committed to peaceful application of space. Peaceful application of space. Right? So it's a non-binding one. That is one thing you should be understanding. Right? One more thing, India is 27th member of Artemis Accord. India is 27th member of Artemis Accord, and India become member in 2023. So in 2023, India became member, and India wanted to get into Artemis Accord, and now India is part of it. India is committed for peaceful application of space, and everything is going on in a proper way, perfect way. Okay, so any doubt by that this time? So I can see lots many people are there already. Okay, so let's move on to the next part. The next part that we can talk about is orbit. Different types of orbits. Right. So orbits are circular path around Earth where we put satellite. So circular path around the Earth where we put satellite, and then we have different types of orbit, right? So one orbit, if you talk about types, so types according to height. So types according to height. And there we have category like uh, different category. 4 categories are there in this particular thing that is called NEO, NEO, near Earth orbit. Then second one is called LEO, low Earth orbit. Then third category is called MEO, middle Earth orbit. And the last category is HEO, that is, it is middle, and this is high Earth orbit. Right? Good. I can see many people are responding, and that is what the purpose of this class, that you have read everything, and I'm here to give a quick recap of everything. Right. Okay. So NEO is near Earth orbit, and near Earth orbit is up to 200 kilometer from Earth's surface. Obviously, we are talking about Earth, right? This is 200 to 2000 kilometer, and that is called LEO, low Earth orbit. This is 2000 to 20,000 kilometer, and this is 36,000 kilometer. This is a fixed value of 36,000 kilometer. Right? And if we go with the application part, then this NEO, near Earth orbit, is not in use, not very popular. Not very popular. This is good for remote sensing satellite. Remote sensing satellite. This is good for, uh, global navigation satellite, like GPS, right? Global navigation satellite. And if I give example, then GPS is one of the example. And this is very important one, HEO, high Earth orbit. That's a very, very important one, right? Why it is important? Yes, it is 35,786, but these numbers exactly nobody will ask. So keep your load a little lighter. Go with the round figures, okay? Because you have to study a lot many things. Exact numbers UPSC will never ever ask, right? Next one here. This is the most utilized orbit where we put communication satellite here. We put weather satellite here. And we also put regional navigation satellite. Like if we talk about regional navigation satellite, it is like Navik, Navik of India. So this is how the orbits can be divided into different category. Right. Got the point? Okay. Now, next one that we can talk about is types of orbit. Again, types of orbit based on angle of inclination. Angle of inclination, right? So again, this is very important one. Types of orbit based on angle of inclination, right? That is one thing. And there we'll talk about two. So whenever I say types of orbit based on angle of inclination, the first orbit comes in mind is polar orbit. What is that? Polar orbit. Polar orbit is like this, This is Earth. So let's say this is Earth. This is North Pole. This is South Pole. This is equator. So polar orbit will be like this. It will be going pole to pole, right? It will be going pole to pole, right? And when it is going pole to pole, then it will be making an angle of approximately 90 degree with what? With equator. So this line of equator and the line of your orbit, that will make an angle, and this angle will be known as angle of inclination, right? So here we can see angle of inclination is approximately 90 degree. Not exactly 90 degree, 80 degree, 85 degree, 95 degree, 100 degree, right? So that is what? This is the angle of inclination. You can see angle of inclination, 90 degree. So that is one thing, right? And if we go with second thing, orbital height, then height is approximately 600 kilometer plus minus 200, right? So this height is approximately 400 to 800 kilometer. Most of them are placed in that way only, right? Third one is what kind of, how much time it will take to take one complete turn. So that is called orbital period. Orbital period. So orbital period will be around 90 minutes. Or let's say if you have 100 kilometer, then it will be approximately, 600 kilometer, then it will be having 100 minutes. So up to this height, 600 kilometer, it will be 100 minutes. If you increase the height, this orbital period will increase. If you decrease the height, orbital period will decrease. So at 600 kilometer, it's 100 minutes. At 400 kilometer, it is 90 minutes. At 800 kilometer, it will become 120 minutes. So it will keep on increasing. So this orbital period, the time taken is function of orbital height. Okay. And fourth one, satellite that we place in. Which satellite we place in? So this is perfect for remote sensing satellite. Remote sensing satellite. Perfect for remote sensing satellite. Right? And fifth point that we can go, which launch vehicle will use? Launch vehicle, then it is mainly for PSLV and SSLV. So we have two launch vehicles especially designed for it. Although other launch vehicle can also go, but PSLV and SSLV will be doing justice with it. Okay? Right. So this is your polar orbit. Very important concept. Prelims point of view, factual informations are important and you have to go through this. Quickly, we'll move on to the next orbit type. A next orbit type that we can have is geostationary orbit. How it will look like? Look at this. This is Earth. This is North Pole. This is South Pole. This is equator. So this orbit will look like this. Okay, this will look like this, right? So this is how it means it is parallel to equator. So it is parallel to equator, and when it is parallel to equator, then obviously the first thing, angle of inclination, is 0 degree because it is parallel, right? Yes, this is called GSO only. This is called GSO. Second thing, that if you go with the orbital height, then it is 36,000 kilometer. If you go with the orbital period, then we kept it at 36,000 kilometer because we wanted to have orbital period of 24 hours. So because of 24 hours, we are keeping it at 36,000 kilometer. Right? Got the point? Fourth one, which kind of satellite will place it? Then communication satellite, weather satellite, and regional navigation satellite. These are the satellites that we are going to place in. And the fifth one, which launch vehicle? We are going to have, we have LVM3 and we have GSLV Mark II, MK2 Mark II, right? So GSO, geostationary orbit. And why it is called geostationary? Because when it is parallel to equator, when this is parallel to equator and it is taking one turn around Earth in 24 hours. So remember geography concept. Your Earth is also moving on its axis in 24 hours. So Earth and satellite both will move together. You know, have you seen Krishna's Sudarshan Chakra? Like Sudarshan Chakra is moving like this. So this satellite will move in a Sudarshan Chakra-like orbit around the Earth, and Earth and satellite both will move together. So this is Earth, this is satellite. The both will move like this. So all the time, satellite will be there in front of it. Like if my head is Earth and satellite is here, so like head is moving and satellite is moving. Both is moving in a same synchronous movement. So it is called geostationary. Right? There is another one. If you go with this, there is another one that is called geosynchronous. I'll just copy it so that I can take you there. So this is already there. You will get that geostationary. But I'm talking about there is something called here. I'm just, you will have to write all, but I'll omit something. That is called geosynchronous orbit. What do we call it? Geosynchronous orbit. It is also called geosynchronous orbit or GSO. What is the difference over here? Difference is that it will be like this. It will have some degree of angle. So this is your geosynchronous. Some degree of angle. Right? And angle of inclination will not be 0 degree. So here I am cutting it. It will not be 0 degree. Not 0. It's not 0. Angle of inclination is not 0. 0 means parallel to equator. Even if the Earth is inclined, parallel to equator can be there. Doesn't matter. Earth is inclined on its axis, perfectly correct. But if something is parallel to equator, then relationship in terms of angle with equator to the orbit will become 0. But here, it is not 0. Right? What I can do, I can show you like this. If anybody is having confusion, then I can tilt the Earth like this. Isn't it? So now it is tilted. Earth is now tilted on its axis, but still you see this blue line is geostationary because it is parallel to equator, and this green line is geosynchronous because it is not parallel to equator. Rest of the thing will remain same. Rest of the thing will remain same. right? So just write it down. I'll come. Okay, so it's a separate one. Don't worry. It's already there. Geostationary is there, and then geosynchronous is there. I just did a little, just one difference is there. Everything remains same, but it is not parallel to equator. So it won't be stationary. It will keep changing its position with respect to Earth. So geostationary means that satellite placed in geostationary orbit will appear at a fixed point in the orbit if you look from Earth. But if a satellite is placed in geosynchronous orbit, it won't be fixed. It will be changing its position, right? You get the point? So basically, what we can say, like geosynchronous orbit will have angle of inclination not 0 degree. If a geosynchronous orbit is having angle of inclination of 0 degree, then it will become geostationary. Technically, geostationary orbit is a geosynchronous orbit with angle of inclination of 0. So geosynchronous with angle of inclination 0, that will become geostationary. And geostationary with some angle, that is what geosynchronous, right? So that is what we have, geosynchronous orbit, right? This next one we can talk about, the next we can talk about is Sun-synchronous polar orbit, SSPO. What we call it? SSPO, Sun-synchronous polar orbit, right? So polar orbit is like this. Polar orbit is like this. In polar orbit, what happens? That satellite is moving like this. In polar orbit, we place what? We place remote sensing satellite. Remote sensing satellite is something which click photograph. So let's say if you are sun and sun rays are coming from your side, then this part of earth is day and this part of the earth is right, night. If satellite is moving like this, then half of the time it is in day area, light area, and half of the time it is in night area. And you know that if light is not sufficient, photography will be very bad. So in a polar orbit, there is one problem, that satellite might go into the night area where satellite will not be able to click good photograph. You get the point? It won't be able to get good photograph, right? So what we have done, we have designed a orbit that is called Sun-synchronous polar orbit. And what we do, so let's say this is sun. If I could show you, this is sun and sun rays are coming, and this is earth. This is earth, right? So half of the earth, let's say half of the earth is day area. So this is day area and half of the earth is night area. So this area is night. So this is night or dark and this is day or light. You know, circle of illumination. So here what we do, we plan a orbit which is polar in nature, but it will be moving on this line only, right? So orbit that will be designed in a way that it will always be above circle of illumination. So polar orbit only, but there is one orientation that in this polar orbit, satellite will be placed in a way that it is always there over circle of illumination. In geography, you know circle of illumination, so you can write. Here I can write myself, don't worry. Right, so here I can write that it is a type of polar orbit where satellite move over circle of illumination all the time, so that it can get images and data from day area or light area of Earth. So what will happen? In this way, what will happen? Your capacity of polar orbit, or let's say remote sensing satellite, will increase. So capacity of remote sensing satellite will increase. Okay. So these are the orbits that we have. Now, once we have done with the orbit, we'll go with launch vehicles. So we have discussed one more basic concept about orbits, right? And we talked about polar orbit, geostationary orbit, geosynchronous orbit, and then sun-synchronous orbit, right? Anyway, now let's move on to a very important aspect, and that is your ISRO's launch vehicles. ISRO's launch vehicle. And I'll divide it into three parts, right? Past, then present, and future. Past means those satellite launch vehicle that were there with us, but it is not in use anymore. And past one is SLV and ASLV. Right. Present we have a very long list: PSLV, then GSLV Mark II, then we have LVM3, and then we have SSLV. Right. And in future we'll have RLV and we have NGLV. So because lots many things are happening, and nowadays PSLV failure was there also, two failure was there on PSLV. So this area is important for Prelims point of view. So we'll dig into this, we'll dive into this area, and then we'll try to understand it. Okay. So all these launch vehicles were developed by ISRO, and these two are something that we are developing. Okay. Right. So if we go with it, so first, if we talk about SLV, SLV stands for Satellite Launch Vehicle, right? And this is your 4-stage launch vehicle. How many stages are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4-stage launch vehicle, right? So SLV is a 4-stage launch vehicle. In all these stages, solid fuel that is HTPB. What is solid fuel? HTPB has been used. And because it is solid fuel, you don't need any engine. No engine. No engine technology. So engines are not required because solid fuel doesn't require any engine technology, right? And first launch of SLV was in 1980, long back. So here I am writing 1980. This was the first launch, right? But again, I'll tell you, this was just a stepping stone. We just wanted to have rocket science in a progressive way so that in future we can develop something better, right? And this was a kind of a stepping stone only. If we talk about payload capacity, payload capacity, that how much it can carry, how much it can lift up. So payload capacity was only 40 kilogram to LEO. Only 40 kilogram to LEO. So it can carry only 40 kilogram to LEO, not more than that. So it was a kind of, very, you can say, we cannot say weak, but it was a kind of learning phase only, right? Learning phase only. Okay. And second thing, it is not in use anymore. Not in use anymore. Why it is not in use? Because it was just a stepping stone. We developed it, we learned it, and we just moved away from it. So after learning, we moved away from it, right? So this was your SLV. And then we started another project, and that project was ASLV. ASLV is augmented satellite launch vehicle. What is that? Augmented satellite launch vehicle, right? Augmented satellite launch vehicle. So this is your ASLV. We have launched for the first time, it was launched in 1987. So 1987. So we got inspired by the success of SLV, and then we started the project ASLV and we developed it. It is 5-stage long launch vehicle. So how many stages are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then all solid. Solid means HT, PB. And engines not required. No engine technology. No engine technology is required. Right? And if you go with the payload capacity of it, if we talk about payload capacity, right? So payload capacity. So now we have increased the payload capacity around 150 kilogram. So it was like 150 kilogram to LEO. Right? Again, it was a second stepping stone. It is something that India developed, ISRO developed, so that we can learn a little more about rocket technology. So what happened? It is not in use anymore, not in use. But then it has given us a lot of experience of rocket technology so that we can develop the next one, right? And the next one is very, very important for us, that is PSLV, right? Although last two flight of PSLV was unsuccessful, but still we can talk about it. So PSLV, that is called Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, right? That is PSLV. And in PSLV, that has got 4 stages. First, second, third, and fourth. First stage is solid fuel, second stage is liquid fuel, third stage is solid fuel, and fourth stage is again liquid fuel. Right. So solid, liquid, solid, liquid. And wherever you use liquid fuel, wherever we use it, then we have something called Vikas engine. What we call it? Vikas engine. So liquid fuel will have Vikas engine, right? So Vikas engine would be there, right? So for the first time, we have used this liquid fuel, and liquid fuel give you more control. So whenever we have liquid fuel and Vikas engine, it will give you better control, right? So it gives better control onto the entire rocket system, right? So Vikas engine is very important. Control part you should be knowing. If we talk about payload capacity, then 1750 kilogram to LEO or polar orbit. So 1750 kilogram to LEO or polar orbit it can carry, right? And if you decrease the weight to this, then it can take it to GTO. That is called Geosynchronous Transfer Orbit. GSO. So it can carry it to GSO. Right? GSO. And you know one thing, the first launch was done in 1994, successful launch. And this is also considered as ISRO's first functional launch vehicle. ISRO's first functional launch vehicle. Right, functional means still we are using it. And it has got a lot many, benefits. It has given ISRO a lot many benefit. Right. So achievement, if we talk about achievements of PSLV, then you know that remote sensing satellite, that is launched. Then the major achievement if we talk about, then Chandrayaan 1, then Mangalyaan 1, then Aditya L1. You must be knowing about it, Aditya L1. Right. Then AstroSat. Right. Then we have ExpoSat. Right. And then SPEDX. SPEDX is what? A space docking experiment. So even if we had few failure in the recent time, some failure was there, but don't worry about it. Apart from this, IRNSS satellite for Navik, right? And one thing you should not forget, that PSLV has served over 35 different countries, and many of these countries are developing countries, right? So served 35 other countries. So 35 other countries it has served. with over 350 satellites. So approximately 350 satellites it has launched, right? And we have different variant of PSLV. If we talk about variants of PSLV here, if we talk about variants of PSLV, variants, then we are having PSLV G, PSLV core alone, PSLV XL, PSLV QL, and PSLV DL. So according to these are having varying capacity. So different capacity. The most powerful PSLV is PSLV XL. This is your most powerful. Which one? PSLV XL. Yes, I'm glad to see all of you that you all are enjoying this revision part, and many of you are already, resonating and reflecting all the thing with me. So if I'm teaching here, then you are also reviving all the information in your brain and you are writing it, and that's very beautiful. That's a very good. That's how we get energy, right? So I am here in a studio. I am getting energy because you all are responding well, right? So keep it up. Anyway, and yes, because of the unparalleled achievement of PSLV, ISRO call PSLV as workhorse. So ISRO is workhorse of, PSLV is workhorse of ISRO, right? Anyway, we'll move on to the next part. Next part that we are going to discuss is GSLV. Geosynchronous satellite launch vehicle. Geosynchronous satellite launch vehicle. That is called GSLV. Okay. Geosynchronous satellite launch vehicle, that is called GSLV. And GSLV has got variants, right? So first of all, we'll look into the variants part. And if you go with the variant, then we have GSLV Mark 1. Then we have GSLV Mark 2. And then we have GSLV Mark 3. Now this GSLV Mark 3 has been given a new name, and that is called LVM3. What we call it? LVM3. Right. Now, if you talk about GSLV Mark 1, it can carry 1500 kg to GTO. Right. But you know that PSLV is doing the same thing. 1425 kilogram PSLV is carrying to GTO. And this GSLV Mark 1 will be also carrying approximately same weight to GTO. So what's the use? There is no use. We should not be using it. Why would we waste our resources? So we never developed. Planned, but never developed. So it was planned but never developed. Why? Because PSLV is meeting, right, the same kind of capacity. This is something very important, 2500 kg to GTO. GTO is GSO, and that is good enough. It was good enough, right? and we have developed it, right? And this can carry 4,000 kilogram to GTO or GSO. So these two are active. So these are developed and active. This is also developed and active. Right. And you know one more thing, there is a very important aspect. You know, in Gaganyaan, we are using modified version of LVM3 that is called HRLV, right? So you can write here modified version of LVM3 will be used in Gaganyaan, and that will be known as HRLV, Human Rated Launch Vehicle. Human Rated Launch Vehicle. Right? Human Rated Launch Vehicle. So what we call it? Human Rated Launch Vehicle. Okay? So now we'll move on and we'll talk about another one. So we have left with two things. If we talk about, then we have GSLV Mark II, and then we have LVM3. If we talk about design, then this is three-stage launch vehicle. First, second, and third. This is solid fuel. This is liquid fuel. And whenever liquid fuel is there, Vikas engine would be there. And this is called cryogenic stage, cryogenic fuel. And there we use CE 7.5. That's the engine. In bracket, I'm writing engine, CE 7.5. So liquid fuel, Vikas engine, cryogenic fuel, CE 7.5. What is cryogenic fuel? I'll tell you. Right? LVM3 has got different design, a little different design. It has got different design. It is like this. So this side one, this is first stage, this is second stage, and this is third stage. And this first stage is again solid, second stage is liquid, and third stage is cryogenic. And obviously, solid, no engine. This is Vikas engine, and this is CE20, cryogenic engine 20, right? So that's the design changes that we can see, right? Now here comes one question, that what is cryogenic technology? Because India had tough time. India took 20 years to develop cryogenic engine. So after PSLV in 1994, we could develop, right? We could develop cryogenic engine only after 20 years. 1994, PSLV, successful launch of PSLV was conducted, and after that 2014 we could get our own cryogenic engine. It was so difficult job. What is so much difficulty in cryogenic engine? So I'll take you in some. So if you talk about cryogenic engine technology, very important. So India has developed, right? So India developed in 2014, right? Although we tried to get it from other country, but no country helped us. So we had to develop our own, right? And in cryogenic engine, we use cryogenic propellant. Cryogenic propellant is used. And propellant will have two things. One is fuel, another is oxidizer. Fuel and oxidizer. Okay? So fuel is liquid hydrogen, and that will at minus 253 degrees C. An oxidizer, because in a space you don't have oxygen, so you have to carry oxidizer to burn the fuel. So here it will be having liquid oxygen minus 183 degrees C. And now you understand why it is called cryogenic. Cryogenic means what? Cryo means what? Very less temperature, extremely less temperature. So any temperature below minus 150 will be known as cryo temperature. That is why it is called cryogenic. You get the point? And how this temperature is achieved? Remember, this temperature is not achieved. Rather, I'll tell you this temperature is not achieved. Rather, when you compress any gas and you convert it into liquid state, temperature will go down. It will become very less. So temperature will go down if you compress it. And for compression, there would be one more thing, extremely high pressure. So these both will be having at very high pressure. Very high pressure. And that was a challenge basically. Challenge is that at this extremely low temperature and extremely high pressure, how to carry this fuel, how to burn this fuel, how to use it into the rocket. And India took 20 years to develop the entire thing. Because America, Russia and all countries, they denied this technology to India, because of Pokhran, atomic blast and all. But we have developed it. And we are only 6th country in the world to develop cryogenic technology. So India is 6th country in the world. 6th in the world to develop. Right? 6th in the world to develop. So I won't be tell you the entire story because obviously we have to cover a lot. Otherwise, in our foundation classes, we have a lot of stories, nice stories. But today, I have to cover as much as I can. I'm not promising that I'll be covering all, but I'll try to touch all important aspect. Right. So, many stories that we have already studied in our foundation classes, we won't be able to repeat over here. Anyway, we'll move on to the next part. And the next part we are going to discuss is SSLV. That is called a small satellite launch vehicle. Small satellite launch vehicle. And what is there in a small satellite launch vehicle? Right. It's a kind of, new addition. Right. New addition. Right. So, in a small satellite launch vehicle, this is only 3-stage launch vehicle. First, second, and third. All solid. All solid fuel. So, it's all solid fuel. And what it can do, its payload capacity is 500 kg to 500 kilometer polar orbit. So India wanted to develop a small satellite launch vehicle so that we can carry lightweight satellite easily to the orbit. Right. Right. Why? Because we get a lot of satellite from the other country to launch. And if we have all solid a lighter version of launch vehicle, then it will be very, very cheaper to launch any satellite. And to survive in international market, you have to bring your cost down. And that is one way we can do it, right? So, right. And you know that SSLV is very, what are the characteristics? The first one is cheaper to launch. Second thing, right, it can be assembled in 72 hours, right? And it will give you one launch per week capacity. And recently what we have done, HAL will manufacture SSLV now. So HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the same company who make Tejas, right? So Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, that is company which make Tejas, and recently, just few months back, ISRO has transferred the technology of SSLV to HAL, and HAL will be doing mass production of SSLV. So it will boost ISRO's capacity to launch more and more satellite in the coming time, right? So this is the most talked after these days, and it was in the news because ISRO transferred this technology to HAL, and that is why important one, right? Now, let's move on to the next part. Next part, we are going to discuss two things. First, NGLV, that is called next generation launch vehicle. Next generation launch vehicle, right? Next generation launch vehicle. And this is very important for India. This is a new addition in India. Why? Because this satellite launch vehicle will have capacity 10 tons to GTO or GSO and 30 tons to polar orbit. It's not yet ready. It's a future project. So it's a future project. Right. But this is the capacity. And it is also known as Surya rocket. What we call it? Surya rocket. Because it is under Project Surya. And if it is developed, obviously we'll develop it for sure, then it will replace existing launch vehicles like PSLV, GSLV and LVM3. So if it is developed, and we'll develop it for sure, it will replace everything. And the most important thing about it, that it has got semi cryogenic engine, semi cryogenic engine, where kerosene plus liquid oxygen will be used. And kerosene and liquid oxygen will be used. And moreover, this is also known as, this is also being considered as green propulsion technology. What we call, what they have called it? They are calling it green propulsion technology. Why green propulsion technology? Because this is environment friendly. right? Environment friendly. So in a very first stage, we are going to use green propulsion technology, semi-cryogenic engine, which will eliminate the utilization of or application of solid fuel. And if you don't have solid fuel, then pollution level while launching will become less. So this is very important for examination point of view, that India for the first time going to use semi-cryogenic engine, green propulsion technology, and ISRO has already developed this green propulsion technology or semi-cryogenic engine, right? Moreover, we'll move on to the next part, and the next part is RLV, reusable launch vehicle. Reusable launch vehicle. So reusable launch vehicle is again, it's a new technology that India is developing, right? And in this technology, if you go with this, then this is your RLV, and it will be there on a rocket system. So this is solid fuel booster, and this is RLV. So RLV will be launched like a rocket, but it will come down to the earth like aircraft on a runway, right? So what is the main feature of RLV? So RLV's main feature is it can come back on a runway, right? And it can be utilized, reutilized. It can be reutilized. Here also, here also, here also, here also, this will be used in a first stage. So here also, first stage, very important, is reusable. So in NGLV also, first stage where we are going to use semi-cryogenic engine will be reusable, right? So this first stage of NGLV will be reusable. NGLV will be 3-stage launch vehicle, right? First, second, and third. First stage will be using semi-cryogenic, and this will be reusable, right? But here, entire RLV will be reusable. That is why NGLV is not considered as reusable as a whole. Only first stage will be reusable, because first stage will be having semi-cryogenic engine, and this engine will be costly one, so we can use it again and again, like the way Elon Musk's company SpaceX is having Falcon 9 rocket, where the first stage can be used. Our NGLV will be like that only. But here the entire rocket can be reused, right? And obviously, if we reuse it, then it will minimize the launching cost. So launching cost will be minimized. That is the most important thing, right? Okay. And it is already going through. It is going through test flights. Test flights. So test flights are already going on, and in future we will be able to develop it, right? In future we will be able to develop it. Okay. So that is your NGLV and RLV. Quickly we'll move on and we'll talk about a satellite. Satellite structure. So satellite structure, normally satellites are like cube, like this. It has got a solar panel, right, which will convert solar energy into electrical energy. Most important part of the satellite is transponder. Transponder. right? And transponder is attached to radar and antenna. So radar and antenna. Right. Transponder is transmitter, responder. Transmitter, responder. That is called transponder. Right. And apart from this, it will also have something inside which is called payload. What we call it? Payload. Payload. We'll talk about payload. But first of all, we'll talk about this. So transponder is radio communication device. It receives signals, it gives response. So what happens? Let's say this is Earth. This is Earth. So we have one radar and we give signal to it, and then we receive signal back. So if you give signal, it is called uplink. It is called uplink. And if you get signal, it is called downlink. Uplink and downlink. Uplink is upward, downlink is downward. Who will do it? Transponder. And obviously, transponder is connected to this payload. This entire process is called telemetry. Telemetry. And it is based on microwave. Where it is based on? Microwave. Right. So that is one thing you should be knowing. Satellite structure and how telemetric operations are being done. How, I mean, obviously we cannot be scientists, but still we can understand how things are being done. Now the most important part is this payload. Payload is a very important part. What exactly payload is? So payload is basically your main functional part of satellite. So main functional part of satellite is payload. Main functional part of satellite is payload. Let's say if I say that remote sensing satellite. What is the payload? Can anybody tell me? In remote sensing satellite, what is the payload? What kind of payload you have? एक स्टक हो गया दिखना ठीक है Okay, so I think it was stuck for a moment. In remote sensing satellite, what kind of payload? It's so okay now. So in remote sensing satellite, we have camera and SAR, synthetic aperture radar. Because remote sensing satellite function is to, what is the function of remote sensing satellite? The function of this is to Is it okay now? Let me check on my mobile also. Okay, yeah. Whereas if we have communication satellite, then we have got transponders, many transponder, and we can call it multiple transponder, multiple transponders. Similarly, if we have navigation satellite, then we have very important atomic clock and navigation transponder. Navigation transponder. And if we have weather satellite, then we have sounder and imager. These are the instrument, sounder and imager. So please write it. Okay. So now we have these all payload. So payload is important. In prelims, they can ask about payload. Okay. No break time. I will take break at 12. Okay. So 12 will take break of half an hour and then we'll resume. But I don't know why it is taking so much of time. Okay, quickly. Next half an hour we are going to finish this space tech. Now we are coming to application part, right? Like I told you that once we have done here, we have done all this basic concept. So basic concept part is done. Application part will take a very less time. So we'll talk about application part. So in application part, right, first application is remote sensing. Remote sensing. And what is remote sensing? Right. Remote sensing is kind of, sensing something from the distance. So taking and receiving data of Earth's surface and atmosphere with the help of a satellite. So remote sensing is a process by which we can scan picture, we can get multiple types of data by using different sensors placed in your satellite. You get the point? And remote sensing can be of two types, right? Two types. One is called passive remote sensing, right? Another one is called active remote sensing. Active remote sensing. So passive remote sensing means, right, that it is based on camera. Based on camera. And it is dependent upon dependent upon sunlight. Sunlight. It can work only in daytime, and clear weather condition, right? So this is your passive one, right? Camera based. Active is, based on SAR, that is called synthetic aperture radar or microwave. So microwave will be used and synthetic aperture radar will be used. You get the point? Yes, SAR and microwave. But here, because it is using its own microwave, so the biggest benefit that you can get, you are not dependent upon sunlight. So dependency on sunlight is not there. So can work day and night, right, in all weather condition. In all weather condition, right? And it can give multi-purpose data. When I say multi-purpose data, what does it mean? It means that it can be used for defense application also, right? Defense application also. So these are the two different types of satellite imaging technology that we have, right? If you go with the list of it, if I talk about Indian remote sensing satellites, then we have list of it. Cartosat is there. Second is called resource sat. Then third is called ocean sat or a scat sat. So ocean sat or a scat sat. Then we have HISIS, hyperspectral imaging satellite. Right, I'm writing all the satellite names that we have launched, right? Fifth one is called RESAT, very important, radar imaging satellite. And sixth one is EOS. So these four are passive remote sensing. This is your active remote sensing. And this series is active plus passive, both, right? Active and passive both, right? So this is your satellites. Now Cartosat is for map making, for mapping purpose, right? Mapping and planning purpose. Resource sat is for resource management, like agriculture, like mining. Ocean sat for ocean and coastal area. ISIS is for agriculture and defense. Reset is for agriculture, disaster, and defense. And this is all different type of things. So many people are already talking about this remote sensing and everything. Reset, HISIS. I'm very happy to see, because I know that many of you have already taken my classes, and I'm really very happy to see that you all can recall everything. But here I'm here today, whole day, for those students who are new to this system, and I'm trying to bring some kind of value addition into your preparation. This class is for those who are going to appear for prelims 2026. And when you are going to appear, I assume that you have already covered a lot many things. So I'm here to refresh your memory. I'm here to give you dimension. So there are two category of people. There are people who have already done science and technology, covered science and technology in my classes. For you, it's a revision part. Those who have not covered science and technology from me in my classes, you have done on your own or somewhere else, then it's a kind of, a little more dimension, a little more input into it. Anyway, now we'll move on to communication satellite. Just glimpse of it. I'm not going into detail of it. So communication satellites. And where do we use communication satellite? What communication satellite we use for? So here in communication satellites, the most important part is payload. Which kind of payload we use? So we use transponders, and transponders can be of different types. One is called S-band transponder, C-band transponder, Ku-band transponder, and Ka-band transponder. S-band is for mobile services. C-band is for television services. Ku-band is for DTH and VSAT services. And Ka-band for internet. Right? So all different type of transponders can be used. Right? All different type of transponder can be used, and you can see these transponders. So whenever you see any communication satellite, you will come across different transponder category. Right? Now, if you go with some recent communication satellite, so I can tell you some recent communication satellite. So we have communication satellite with us. So recent Indian communication satellite. Recent communication satellites of India, if you go with it. So three satellite I can talk about. One is GSAT 24. So GSAT 24. Second one is GSAT 2020, and third one is GSAT 7R. Right? So GSAT 24. Yes, GSAT 24. That is being used by Tata Play. Tata Play DTH. It's a communication satellite. Right. GSAT 20. Right. This is again a new satellite launched in 2024 only, and that is providing internet services in flight. and distant area, distant places. So in flight, and GSAT-7 is a recent one that we launched very recently. It's a defense communication satellite for Navy, and it is a replacement of GSAT-7. So there was something called GSAT-7 with the Navy. So Navy used to have this, but now this has been removed. Okay. Yes, it's a communication only. Definitely it's communication. Now we'll move on to the next part. Next one is navigation satellite. Navigation satellite. And obviously, if you talk about India, so India's navigation system, or let's say, if we talk about navigation system, the navigation system can be of two types. One is called global navigation system, another can be regional navigation system. So global navigation system is GPS, GLONASS, Galileo, and Compass. Right. So GPS is of USA, GLONASS is of Russia, Galileo is of European Union, and Compass is of China. So global one, right? These are the global one. Okay. Regional one that we can talk about, we have, Baidu, that is of China. Then QZSS of Japan. And then we have Navik of India. So India has got Navik. Regional means the area is limited to that country only. Right? Global means the coverage is all over. Right? So these are the global one. Global one. In global system, it will cover the entire world. In regional system, it will cover the specific area. Right? And you know that this navigation system Navik, if we talk about Navik, so Navik covers India and 1500 kilometer around. So India and 1500 kilometer around. If you talk about accuracy, So accuracy is 10 to 20 meter. Like Google Map you use, so accuracy of this will be 10 to 20 meters. Good enough, right? And that has given us a lot of importance. Why? Because now we are not depending upon any other country's navigation system for our own defense application. So that is one thing, right? Moreover, Navik has got two type of satellite, right? One is called first generation satellite, that is called IRNSS, and then we have second generation of satellite, that is called NVS satellite. So IRNSS and NVS, this is the older one, first generation, this is the second generation. So we are promoting this only. So India is having navigation satellite system already there, that is called Navik. Navik is navigation with Indian constellation, and with IRNSS satellite we are having it in active state so that our strategic partners can use it, defense can use it, but we are promoting it for civilian application also. And to promote civilian application we need next generation of the satellite, and that is second generation of satellite, that is NVS satellite. NVS satellite. Okay. Transponder we have already talked about in this, right? So now we have done with this also. Okay. So navigation system. Apart from this, we are also having one more thing, that is called Gagan. Gagan is GPS added geo augmented navigation. And Gagan has been developed by, ISRO plus Airport Authority of India. ISRO and Airport Authority of India. What is the purpose of Gagan? To provide signals, navigation signals in Indian airspace, to aircrafts, right? Aircrafts. Got the point? So GPS added, that is, it is based on GPS, and it will make GPS signal more accurate. It enhances accuracy in Indian airspace. And moreover, it is now being used for multiple purpose. So it's not only being used in airspace, it is also being used in rail, waterways, road, and obviously air, though we are using it. Okay. Now, quickly we'll move on to the next part, that is our weather satellite. Weather satellite. So we have different weather satellite. So Indian weather satellite. If we talk about all prominent weather satellite, we have INSAT 3D, INSAT 3DR, and INSAT 3DS. Right. And these all are advanced weather satellite. Advanced weather satellite. Right. So it will focus on two Indian area. It will get all the information. And the most important part, payload. Payload. So payload number 1 is called sounder. What is sounder? So sounder is something which give you information about temperature and humidity. So it read temperature and humidity. Right. So from satellite only you can measure the temperature and humidity at different vertical profiles. And then imager. An imager is what? It can give you image locating cloud and water vapor. So cloud and water vapor. So you mix all the thing data and then you get this information. Right. So we have done with this also. Glimpse of it I am giving. Okay. Now we'll move on to last segment of this, that is experimental and space mission. Experimental satellite and a space mission. Right. So first thing, I'm making a list. AstroSat that we launched in 2015. Right. Second one is ExpoSat. I'll talk about everything. One line for everything. Right. That we have launched in 2024. Right. We have launched it. Then we have third one, Aditya L1, 2023. Right. Then we have EMI SAT, 2019. And very recently we have NISAR, NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar, right, that we launched in 2025. So let's take this 5 first. So AstroSat is what? Astronomical satellite for deep space study. Right? Got the point? ExpoSat is what? It is again astronomical satellite for study of X-ray coming from stars. X-ray coming from stars. Right? And it will study life cycle of a star. It will study life cycle of star. This is again astronomical satellite for study of sun. And the most important point, that L1 is Lagrange point. Lagrange point, 15 lakh kilometer from Earth. So Lagrange point are such point where gravity becomes zero, right? So Lagrange point, there are 5 Lagrange point in Earth and Sun system, and Lagrange point where gravity will become zero. And if you place anything out there, it will be remain at their Lagrange point only. And anything at Lagrange point will be known as in halo orbit. Halo orbit. So Lagrange point 15 lakh kilometer, hello orbit. These all things are related to this Aditya L1, right? EMI sat is electromagnetic intelligence satellite for radar tracking. So enemy radar can be tracked by it. Right? NISR is NASA, ISRO, synthetic aperture radar. And what NISR will do? NISR is for environmental study, environmental and ecosystem study. So it's world's first dual band SAR. World's first dual band SAR. The world's first dual band SAR. Very, very powerful remote sensing satellite that we have launched in association with NASA, isn't it? So that is your experimental satellite. Now quickly we'll move on to moon mission of India. Moon missions of India. So first one is Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3, Chandrayaan 4, and then we'll have Chandrayaan 5. Right? Chandrayaan 1 was orbiter mission. That means here remote sensing of moon was done. Right? Chandrayaan 2 was landing mission, but failed. So it was unsuccessful. This was again landing mission, and it was a grand success. And you know that 3 components were there. It was orbiter, lander, whose name is Bikram, and then there is one more that is called robotic rover Pragyan. So we landed on moon, we explored the area around moon, we got to know something very relevant, and then it was a very successful part. What about 4? This is in future. It will be sample return mission. What it will be? Sample return mission. Right? And this will be, if we go with that, this will be human crew mission to moon. So this is in future. This we have done it, this we have done it, and this we have done it. Okay? So I won't go into the detail of it because obviously we have to cover a lot many things. Right. Besides, if we go with another one, then it is called extra-planetary mission. That means other planet. And there we have Mangalyaan 1, then we have Mangalyaan 2, and we have Shukrayaan. Shukrayaan. This is called Mars Orbiter mission, and that we have done successful. Then this will be Mars landing mission, and we are gearing up for this. And this will be Venus Orbiter mission in future. Right? So this is in future. So Mangalyaan 1 we have done it, and we became first country in the world to do it in a very first attempt, and first country in Asia to do it. Okay. But now the next big thing that we'll have in a coming time is Mangalyaan 2, where we are going to land onto the Mars, and we are planning to send a helicopter also. Helicopter, right? And Shukrayaan will be like Mangalyaan 1 because orbiter mission that will circle around and we'll get all the information from there. And apart from this, we are having one very big thing coming up that is called Gaganyaan. Gaganyaan mission. So Gaganyaan mission will be India's first mission with human being. So it's a human crew mission. So India for the first time will be sending human being on its own. Although two Indian citizens have already visited space. Rakesh Sharma, first Indian in space, and Shubhanshu Shukla, first Indian at ISS. Right. But this time India will develop its own technology and it will send. Right. But this year we are going to send Gaganyaan without any human being, and the first Gaganyaan will be sending with Vyom Mitra robot. Vyom Mitra robot. Right? And second will also be going without human being. Without human. And third will be going probably with human. Because it's a very dangerous thing. Very dangerous thing. We have developed lots many technology to make it possible. And here we are going to use HRLV, human rated launch vehicle, that is modified version of LVM3, and payload will have two things. One is called crew module and service module. So crew module and service module, two module will be there. Crew module will be a habitable place for 3 astronauts inside, and this crew module will also play a very important role in re-entry, and it will be a very dangerous affair, but I'm sure that we'll do it. Okay. So that is what we have done it. Now we are moving on to next topic. The space tech took a lot of time. We are moving on to the next topic, very important, nuclear technology. Obviously, I will not be able to give all the answers. So first of all, when we talk about nuclear technology, we talk about nuclear reaction. So what we talk about is nuclear reaction. And when we talk about nuclear reaction can be of two types. One is called fission, another is called fusion. Right. So fission is something where what we do, we have a big nucleus and then we bombard neutron onto it, and this will split into two small nuclei and energy will be there. Right? Whereas fusion is two small nucleus. We put a lot of temperature, 10 to power 6 degrees centigrade, and then it will fuse to form a big nucleus and energy would be there. Energy would be high as compared to this. Right? So fission and fusion. Right. I'm not going into detail, but yes, this is nucleus. So one big nucleus converts into two nuclei after bombardment of high energy particle like neutron. And here, because of high temperature, it will fuse to form big nucleus and then energy will come out. We are exploring both of them. Right? So what we have done here, that if we talk about fission, so we have fission reactor. Fission reactor for peaceful energy. And obviously we can have bomb also. But whenever we talk about reactor, it is about peaceful energy. Right? And in fission reactor, we have different type of fuel. Then we talk about nuclear fuel. Right? In fusion reactor, nuclear fuel can be of three types. First, uranium 235 92. Second one is plutonium 239 94. And third one is thorium 232 90. Right? So uranium 235 92, that's a one fuel. Right? All active nuclear reactors of India is running on uranium. But you know that plutonium 239, first is almost ready, and that is called PFBR at Kalpakkam. And this is our future project. And that is called AHWR. India is working on that. So India is working on that. That's a future project. Right. Apart from this, I'll tell you one thing. This is man-made element. It's a man-made element, right? But these two are naturally present, right? Naturally present. You get the point? When you get uranium, if you talk about uranium, so when you get uranium, uranium is naturally present. Right. And ore of uranium is called pitch blende. Right. And in this pitch blende, you have only 0.7% uranium-235. So we put under enrichment process and then we increase the amount. Increase the concentration of uranium-235 because it's uranium-235 only which can be used as nuclear fuel. Right? So that is about uranium, right? So uranium must undergo enrichment process because this is too less. Unless you have uranium an increased amount, you cannot use it for any other purpose. Whereas if we talk about plutonium, it's a man-made element. And how do we form it? Uranium-238, there is another isotope, 92. Then it put under transmutation. Transmutation. So we put it under transmutation. And then it converts into plutonium-239. So it is done in lab. Right? It is done in lab. And another one that I can talk about, thorium. So thorium ore is monazite and we can get good amount. So thorium 232, 2 to 12%. No enrichment, no enrichment required because it is good enough. Enrichment is not required, so it's a good enough. Right? So this is about your fuel, all three fuel. Right. Now if I go with nuclear reactors in India. So let's say we talk about fission reactors in India. Then fission reactors in India can be divided into two parts. One is called thermal reactor. With moderator. Here moderator would be used. Moderator means a material which can slow down neutron. Neutron slowed down because slow neutron is needed in certain reactors. Another one is called fast breeder reactor, and that is without moderator. Without moderator. Moderator will not be required. So remember, if moderator is there, then what will happen? It will become slow or thermal neutron. And if moderator is not there, it will remain fast neutron. N for neutron. So technically we can divide it into two parts. Thermal reactor with moderator, fast breeder reactor without moderator. In thermal reactor also, we can divide it into two parts. if moderator is D2O, that is heavy water, and if moderator is H2O, that is light water. So here the first one is called PHWR and AHWR. Pressurized heavy water reactor and advanced heavy water reactor. And here we have third category, PWR, pressurized water reactor, and fourth, BWR, boiling water reactor. Or we can keep it like this. First, third one, BWR, and fourth one, PWR. So, pressurized heavy water reactor, this is heavy water, advanced heavy water reactor. BWR, boiling water reactor, and pressurized water reactor. No heavy word has been used. It means it's a simple one. And fifth one we are having here, that is PFBR, prototype FBR, fast breeder reactor. So India has got all together 5 different types of reactor. In this reactor, here we are using uranium 235. Here also uranium 235. Here also uranium 235. Uranium 235. Right? But here we will be using thorium, and here we will be using plutonium. Right. But again, one more thing is there. It is under development. And this PFBR is about to start at Kalpakkam, Tamil Nadu. Besides, we have 18 PHWR, 2 BWR, and 2 PWR. Yes, in PWR, the latest is VVER 1000 Kudankulam, Tamil Nadu. That is another latest one. Obviously, we cannot go with all names right now. We are right. And India has a proper vision. The vision is, if you go with the Indian nuclear power program, Indian nuclear power program, then we have 3 stages, right? First stage, we have PHWR and we'll use uranium. Second stage, we have FBR and we'll use plutonium. And third stage, we'll use AHWR and we'll use thorium. Besides this, okay, you might have come across one more thing that is called a small modular reactor. So SMRs. small modular reactors. So India is expanding its base, right? So a small modular reactor means 200 megawatt energy output, right? It is a small modular design, easy to install and operate, and it can be established at rural and distant locations, right? So these are called small modular reactors running on uranium. So you look around your city, you may be having, like in Bihar also, SMR, small modular reactors are on the way, right? So this is something that you need to understand. Now we are coming to another one, and we'll talk about fusion reactor, fusion energy, right? Fusion energy. So we are having two things. If you talk about India, so we are having one Plasma Research Institute, in Gandhinagar. Gujarat, right? And there we are having Aditya reactor. Aditya reactor, right? And let me tell you, for fusion energy, the reactor system is called tokamak reactor. Tokamak reactor. So one tokamak reactor we are having over here. And another one is called ITER, International Thermo International Thermo Nuclear Experimental Reactor. So India is part of it. India is part of it. So 7 member states are there. So China, European Union, Japan, South Korea, India, Russia, and America is there, right? So India is part of it, and France is host country. So there in France they are making it, right? That is called ITER. Right? Yeah, right. So by 2035 it will start producing energy for experimental basis, and it will be shut down. And after this, there will be something called demo. Demo. So ITER will only develop technology of fusion at large scale. So ITER is only about technology, only about possibility, right? But demo is kind of energy production. Demo will be next stage of ITER, and it will be known as demo fusion power plant. So demo is full form it, demo fusion power plant. So remember, what is the difference between ITER and demo? It will start after ITER success. India will be part of it too. So what is the difference between both? This is development of technology, and this is getting energy. This is generating, you right? Generating fusion energy. You know, what is the difference? That ITER is only experimental. That means experiment will be there, and after experiments, what will be done? It will be all finished, right? We'll shut it down. But after ITER, what will start? Will start demo. In demo, what will be there? Demo means that we are going to reuse this energy part, and then we can start it again, right? So it's about technical development. It is about energy production, energy generation. Although energy cannot be generated, but wherever we use term energy generation, means converting one form of energy into the other form of energy, right? So that is your quick revision of entire thing. So besides this nuclear technology, I mean, we didn't talk about moderator, we didn't talk about coolant, we didn't talk about control rod. So I'll give you a glimpse of it, a little glimpse of it. So moderator that slows down neutron. Example, H2O, D2O, graphite. Now this is too basic. Control rod absorbs extra neutron to control chain reaction. And control rod is made up of what? Boron plus cadmium, right? And the third one is coolant to take energy out to turbine, because turbine will be there, and coolant is H2O, D2O, and liquid sodium in FBR. So this is important. Liquid sodium in FBR. If you have any question, you can ask. So we have done this two part. I'm having a long day, and this is first time I'm taking any marathon class basically. So I was little scared that whether I will be able to take this long class or not. So we have done this, we have done this. Don't worry, I'll finish it. By today, I'll finish it. Biotech, I'll go very selective, right? Break देंगे. So do you have any question? So I think we should take a break, and after break, when we can meet, then we can have. So break will be of how long break you want? Can you suggest me? You must have been taking these classes since long. This is my first time, so you can suggest me how long break would be sufficient. We'll have 2.5 hours, 3 session, right? So let's take half an hour break, and we'll come back at 12, and after 12, right, I need to eat something, energize something. So let's get assembled at 12 now. So next session will be at 12, 2.5 hours, and then again 2.5 hours. Okay. So see you after the break. Have something, have some breakfast and all, and then we'll tap. 12 o'clock. Hello, can you listen me? Am I audible, visible? So welcome back. Welcome back to all of you. So I'm waiting for you. And we have done this 2 topic. We'll do 2 more topic in this session, and then we'll have 2 more topic after that. So let's start with biotech now. Okay. So biotech, again big topic, but and one thing in biotech we know, right? That is something which is very important, and that is central dogma of biology. Central dogma of biology, right? Right. And we know that central dogma says that DNA, that is your gene, that gives RNA by the process of transcription, right? And RNA by the process of translation give rise to protein. And protein is very important part. Protein is all about our body structure. Protein is all about our body function, because all enzymes in our body are protein. All structure of our body is made up of protein. You know that? Okay. So DNA to RNA, RNA to protein, that is one thing. And there only we talk about one very important part. And that important part is, if we talk about, let's say, if we talk about genome, there is one word, and that word is called genome. Genome, right? So total gene present in an organism, all the gene, total gene present in an organism, that is called genome. And a study of genome is called genomics, isn't it? Study of genome is known as genomics, right? So we know about it. And if we talk about genomics, genomics is a very big area. So when we talk about genomics, so genomics projects, if we talk about, then there are some projects which are national and some projects which are international. So here we can say international projects. Then international projects, if we talk about, then Human Genome Project, 1990, long back. Then Human Genome Project, 2016. Human Genome Project, right, right, 2016. Then there is another one that is called Earth Biogenome Project. Earth Biogenome Project. That is in 2018. Right? So these all 3 things are there. Human Genome Project, the first project that we ever taken to study the entire genome of the human being. And if you go with the India's project, Then we have certain Indian projects that we can talk about. Right. The first one is Indigen project, that we call it Indigen. Then we have Genome India project. Then we have a project based on genomics that is called INSA-COG, INSA-COG project. And then recently, right, Gujarat government started Tribal Genome project. So Tribal Genome project, Gujarat, right? Right. So we'll talk about all of them a little bit, right? So we'll talk about all of them a little bit. So let's go with the Human Genome Project. So first of all, you have to write. So 4 projects of India, 3 projects of international level that we are going to talk about. And India is part of this Earth Biogenome project, so that can also be considered in India as well, right? So if we talk about Human Genome Project, HGP, project, HGP. So 1990 till 2003. And it was started by USA, right? And here we can write just one line. First project, first ever project to study entire human genome, right? And genetic sequence of human genome was read for the first time. Genetic sequence of human genome was read for the first time, right? And America has done it nicely, got a lot of information, lot of understanding about human genome. It helped immensely in understanding human genome, understanding human diversity, in understanding different types of disease and their treatment. So it has given understanding of human genome, right? Human diversity and disease as well as treatments, right? Now we'll quickly go for the second part, that is Human Genome Project Right, HGP Right. HGP Right was kind of, that on a computer, genetic sequence was determined and it was written onto the lab-made genome. So basically we created the entire human genome in the lab, right? So it was basically creation of human genome in lab. So creation of human genome in lab with predetermined data, with predetermined genetic data. So it has helped in the same way, right? So it was read, this is write. We have talked about it. And it was a multinational project. Multinational project. Many country has participated into it. And that is next installment of Human Genome Project. Right. Then the biggest thing happened, which is already going on, and that is Earth Biogenome Project. So next topic is Earth Biogenome Project. Right. And I'll tell you one thing, India is part of it. Part of this. Right. And what is the purpose of Earth Biogenome Project? The purpose of Earth Biogenome Project is to read the genome of approximately 15 lakh eukaryotic organism around us, right? So here, to read genome of approximately 15 lakh eukaryotic organisms around us. It means that almost everything that we have around us, from grasses to bamboo, from mosquito to tiger, we'll study it all. We'll study it all, right? So that is what we are doing. Got the point? So that is your Earth Biogenome Project. Fine. Now when we come to Indian projects, I am giving you a glimpse of it only. So in India, Indian projects. So first of all, we got this HGP data, but we could found that HGP data is not that sufficient for us. HGP data is not that much useful for us, right? So we started Indigen project. Indigen project in 2019. Indigen project in 2019 by CSIR, where 1000 Indians genome was studied. So sample size was 1000 Indian people's genome was studied, right? But then we found that it is not sufficient enough. So we went for the next program, that is called Genome India project. We call it GIP. And it was in 2020. Here, 10,000 Indians genome was studied. So 1000 is now 10,000. And the most important thing, that in 2025, year 2025, data set means all the data set of GIP was released by PM. So PM has released this data set, and not only they have released the data set, but this data set is now available at National Biological Data Center. So available at National Biological Data Center, Faridabad. So this is very, very important one, because we have not only created it, we have not only done it, but we have already published this data and we have stored this data into a computer, and this computer is placed as National Biological Data Center in Faridabad. It is open to anyone, any scientists, researchers, doctor who are willing to work on that data. They can go and they can use this data, and this data will be very useful in understanding population diversity, demographic diversity of Indian population, and which disease is impacting more on human population of India. So which disease is impacting more of Indian population, why India is turning into diabetes capital, why India is having so large number of heart attack and everything, that we are now studying with it. Right. Now, another one that we can talk about in Indian context only, third one that we can talk about is INSACOG. INSACOG, that is called India SARS-CoV-2 Consortium of Genomics. Right. Or Genomic Consortium, you can write. Genomic Consortium. Genomic Consortium. Right. And here I'll tell you that this particular thing is genomic surveillance. This particular thing is genomic surveillance. What we call it? We call it genomic surveillance because we are keeping eye on COVID virus. So what we are doing? We are keeping eye on COVID virus or coronavirus to find out new variants. So to find out new variants, we are keeping eye on that. That is INSACOG. Very important. Yes, RIA. It's genomic surveillance. Genomic surveillance. And what is that? It's a chain of lab. So what exactly it is? It's a chain of labs across India. Across India. So whenever somebody is suffering from COVID infection, their samples will be going to this lab, and this lab will have this entire thing. Right? And at the last, the fourth point we can talk about, tribal genome project. In Gujarat. So Gujarat eventually became first state in the world, first state in the country to have tribal genome project. So tribal genome project in Gujarat. So Gujarat is the first state in India to have tribal genome sequencing, where a particular few tribes are being sequenced by taking sample from them, and then we will find out which kind of disease they are more prone to, because in that particular tribe we could find that these people are suffering more from sickle cell anemia and thalassemia, like blood disease. So there we are going to use it. Okay. So these two things that we should be knowing. Right. Now, if we talk about genomics as a whole, if we talk about genomics, so there are different terms, right? Genomics is a study of genome, but again, genomics are divided into three parts. One is called personal genomics. Then there is something called pangenomics. And then is something called metagenomics. So personal genomics, pangenomics, and metagenomics. Right? So what is personal genomics? Personal genomics means one person's genome study. And what kind of benefit it can give you? It can be helpful in custom drug, right? Cancer screening, cancer screening. We can find out whether the person is having a kind of cancer or not, right? In future, it can have cancer or not. So such kind of thing is personal genomics. Pangenomics means entire one species genome study. So entire one species. Let's say if we are talking about cow genome, so that particular species of cow, and we'll get a very large number of sample. Or let's say human pangenomics. So we'll not study just one human being. We'll study thousands of human beings together, so that we can have all different types of genome, because some genes are there in my body, some genes are there in your body. If you take my DNA, then your specific gene will not be included in mine. So as we have the larger sample size, we'll have better understanding of it. So entire one species genome is studied, right? And that is what we call it pangenomics. So it will give you what? Better understanding of species diversity, right? And we can also use it for conservation, helpful in conservation, helpful in conservation. In environment, we talk about conservation. And metagenomics means, right, the study of genome of different species from samples collected, right? Samples collected. Samples are collected. Let's say aerial metagenomics. So that means you collect some sample of air, and in that air, whatever you find, some pollen grain, some insect, some fungal spore, you study it all. Or let's say soil metagenomics. That means you just collect some soil, and then you put the soil, and then you put the soil in the lab, and you collect all the organisms which are present in the soil. Some worms can be there, some seeds can be there, some insects can be there, right? And you collect them all, right? And then similarly, we have aquatic metagenomics. Aquatic metagenomics, right? So that is what we have. Right? Now, quickly we'll move on to the next topic. And the next topic of biotech is GM crops. GM crops. Genetically modified crops. GM crops or genetically modified crops. So genetically modified crops means what? That we have manipulated their genome, we have added some gene, or we have removed some gene out of it. So that is how it is called GM crops, right? And GM crops can be of three types. So it can be of three types. We know that. We have talked about it, right? One is called cisgenic, another one is called transgenic, transgenic, and yet another is called non-transgenic. Non-transgenic. Cisgenic, transgenic, and non-transgenic. Right? Cisgenic means that, I told you, I have given a very easy analogy that cisgenic means that you transfer the gene within same species or similar species. Like you transfer the gene transfer within same species. Let's say mango to mango. So you are transferring a gene from mango to mango. It is cisgenic. Not very popular. So not popular. Not popular. But it is safer. Safety is more, safer, right? Here in transgenic, what we call gene transfer within unrelated species. So between unrelated species, not within, between unrelated species. I have given one example, like say lychee to mango. Now lychee and mango are two different species, no relation with each other. And it is popular, very popular, because it will give you new thing, but safety risks are there. It requires safety assessment, right? So safety assessment is required because it may pose some danger to our health, environment, and other thing. But it is very popular, right? A non-transgenic is a new approach where we do not actually add some gene, we do not transfer some gene, rather we take some gene out, right? So here, no transfer of gene. So gene is not transferred basically, right? So gene transfer is not there. Rather, what is there? Removal of gene. Removal of gene. So it is safer and now popular. Now getting popular. In India also it is getting popular. Isn't it? So we'll talk about two things, transgenic and non-transgenic. So let's go with that. If you have written it, let's go with that. And the second thing that we can talk about is transgenic crop. Right. And you know that we have benefits with example. So first benefit of transgenic crop is increase in production. Increased production. An example, GM rubber. GM rubber. Right, because we have added MNSOD gene. MNSOD gene. And now it can grow in high growth in winters also. Northeast state. Remember? Because rubber is one such plant which is suitable for hot and humid condition, and we wanted to increase the rubber productivity in northeastern states. right? But in northeastern states, temperature 4 months of winter is there and temperature will go down. And if temperature is less, then it will have some problem, right? Second, so once you put this MNSO2 gene inside, then it can tolerate winter. Second one is increase nutrition. Increase nutrition. Example is golden rice. And what we have added? Beta carotene gene. So this rice will have vitamin A. And we know about it. It's a very popular thing. Right? Isn't it? Then we have the third one, and that is called herbicide tolerance. Herbicide tolerance, that is called HT. And best example of it is DMH11, Dhara mustard hybrid. Dhara mustard hybrid 11. Right. And what we have added? 3 genes. Bar gene, Barnage gene, and Bar star gene. 3 gene have been added. And now it can tolerate glufosinate. Glufosinate. That's the VD side or herbicide. It's an agrochemical glufosinate, VD side or herbicide. Isn't it? Now the fourth one that we can go with, and it is again very important, pest resistant crop. Right. An example of is it BT cotton and BT brinjal. What we add is cry gene. Which gene? Cry gene. And because of cry gene, a toxic protein will be produced. So cry protein or BT toxin will produce, which will kill worms or pests. In case of BT cotton, it's a bollworm. In case of brinjal, it is the stem and fruit borer. You have already gone through it. So 4 big benefits are there. Although 5th and 6th benefits are also there, but not very important one. So 5th benefit is new plant product, and 6th benefit is medicinal property, medicinal properties in plant, right? But these both are futuristic. Futuristic. That means it's in the lab only. We are not yet using it. It's more about futuristic one. Okay. So genetic engineering is the technology that we use over here. So if you talk about which technology that we used, so in transgenic crop, in transgenic crop development, what we do, we use genetic engineering, right? Right. Which is enzyme based technology. It's an enzyme based technology. So two enzymes are being used. One is called nuclease enzyme. Nuclease enzyme. And this enzyme is molecular Caesar. And then another one is called ligase enzyme. That is molecular stitch. So stitch. Right? So that is what we have talked about. These two enzymes you should always remember. Now we are coming down to the next topic, that is non-transgenic. So non-transgenic GM crops. And these non-transgenic GM crops are also known as genome edited crops. What we call it? Genome edited crops. Right? Like I told you that genes will not be eliminated, genes will not be added, rather some genes will be eliminated. So the way out is that just gene is cut. So some genes are removed from crop's genome. Right. And which technology we use? So technology we use is CRISPR-Cas9, CRISPR-Cas9 and SDN technology. SDN is site directed nucleage. Site directed nucleage. Right? So genes are knocked out, genes are removed. And the best example that we can give in India. So ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, has developed two rice variety in India. Right. The first one is called DRR Dhan 100 Kamla. And it's there in our market. And the second one is Pusa DST Rice 1. Pusa DST Rice 1. right? And both of these are very good because high productivity, then less water, it can tolerate salinity, saline water it can tolerate, right? So this is about your GM crops. Okay, so please write. I'll just come in 30 seconds. Okay, so we'll move on next. So this is our GM crop. Now we are coming to another very important area, and that is health biotech. Health biotechnology. In health biotechnology, we have two very important aspects, right? So in health biotechnology, the first is having stem cell therapy, right? And then we have the second one, gene therapy, right? So you know about both of them, the stem cell therapy and gene therapy. So what is a stem cell therapy? Let me tell you. Stem cell, you know what is a stem cell. So one by one we'll talk about it. But at the first, you should be knowing that these are the health biotechnology. And the first topic is stem cell. So stem cell are those cells in our body which can divide to produce different type of cells, right? So it can divide to produce different type of cells in our body. And there are different types of stem cell in our body, but the most important type of stem cell is called pluripotent stem cell. Okay. So stem cells are present in animal, and these cells have ability to divide into different type of cells, and it is naturally present in our body. It's like naturally it is present in our body, right? And they are there for growth and development, for our embryonic development, for healing and regenerations, for all purposes it will be there, right? So stem cells are present in animal animals, right? And it can divide to produce different types of cell, different type of cells, right? Then the last thing that we should be knowing, that why we need that. So for growth and development and for regeneration and healing. Regeneration and healing. You know, healing the wound and all. So in the mother womb, when we have to grow, then we need new cell. So growth and development, regeneration and healing. For that, we need that. There are different types of stem cells. We know that. So if you go with the types of stem cell, right? Then we have, let's say, totipotent stem cell, but we cannot use it because it is at early embryonic stage. And if you try to get this, you will kill the embryo. So not usable, not in use, no medical uses. Then we have second one is pluripotent stem cell. And this can be used. Medically, this is most important. Most important. Right? Most important for medical region. Apart from this, we have three more types of stem cell. Right? That is called multipotent, oligopotent, and unipotent. But then these all are adult stem cells. These all are here. I am writing these are adult stem cell, which is already present in our body. But these two are embryonic stem cell. Embryonic stem cell. And the most important one is what? Pluripotent. And how do we get that? So we can get pluripotent stem cell from umbilical cord blood. At the time of birth, umbilical cord is there. You need to cut it. And in that umbilical cord only, you get a very good quality of pluripotent stem cell, right? So here, if we go with pluripotent stem cell, so pluripotent stem cells means what? That it has, totipotent is what? Totipotent means such a stem cell which can divide to produce any type of cell in the body. Totipotent, total potential. It has got total potential. But then totipotent stem cell is something that you cannot make use of it. So what you are left with? Pluripotent. Pluripotent is little less than totipotent in terms of its potential, but still it will be useful. Still it can be useful for various purpose. That is called pluripotent, right? And pluripotent stem cells from umbilical, what we call it? Umbilical cord blood. So from umbilical cord blood, you can get this at the time of birth. And then you preserve it. And then it is preserved in liquid nitrogen at minus 196 degrees C. And this is called cryopreservation. 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 And company who does it, it is called stem cell banking. In stem cell banking. So there are stem cell bank who will preserve it for you after getting some money from you, right? So that is what we do. And obviously this pluripotent stem cell is something that can be used in stem cell therapy. So here we can say it is used in stem cell therapy. That is why nowadays people are storing their kids' stem cell, right? Right. So what we can do in a stem cell therapy? So once if somebody's pluripotent stem cell is preserved, what kind of uh, uses it can do? What kind of application that can come up? So here we can go. Right. So stem cell therapy. What are the possibility? So treatment of blood related disease, right? Like thalassemia, leukemia, blood cancer. Treatment of blood cancer. Treatment related to tissue damage, like wounds and burn. Wounds and burn. Right. Here blood related disease like anemia, sickle cell anemia, thalassemia. So all kind of disease it can treat. So these things are already possible, right? Besides, there are other possibility. If we talk about other possibility, so treatment of Alzheimer and Parkinson's disease. Right. Then, you can also treat blindness, retina and cornea, construction, then new organ for organ transplant. Lots many things can happen. Right. Yes, diabetes, type 1, etc. So lot many things can happen. Right. Besides, there is one more thing related to it, that is called induced pluripotent stem cell. That is called IPS cell. And this technology is very promising. Right. Because in this technology, a Japanese scientist, Shinya Yamanaka, has developed it, that normal body cell can be converted into pluripotent stem cell. Right. And this is done by gene reprogramming. gene reprogramming. And this was a big achievement. For that, Nobel Prize was given to the scientist. So it was discovered by Shinya Yamanaka, Japan. And Nobel Prize, right, so he was given in 2012. Right. Got the point? Now we are coming to the second part. The second part, like I told you, that in health biotechnology, gene therapy, and then we'll come down to gene therapy itself. So gene therapy is again, it is based on genetic engineering, right? Based on genetic engineering. So what do you do? It's a treatment method by which we can add some gene, we can replace some gene, we can remove some gene, right? So what we do? Addition, removal, or replacement of gene in human genome in order to treat a disease. In order to treat a disease. So addition, removal, or replacement. Right? And there are different ways to do it. Right? So if you talk about types, and types based on cell type. So based on cell type, it can be of two types. Somatic cell gene therapy right, and then there is another one that is called germ cell gene therapy. Germ cell gene therapy. Somatic cell gene therapy and germ cell gene therapy. So somatic cell is your body cell, right? And germ cell is your reproductive cell. So if somebody is going through somatic cell gene therapy, then treatment will be limited to that person. Benefit will be there to that person, right? But disease will pass on to the next generation because it's a genetic disease. It is coming from behind through DNA. So what it can do, somatic cell gene therapy, so benefit to present generation only. Benefit to present generation only, right? And here it is allowed in India. But here what will happen? Germ cell gene therapy, germ cell means reproductive cell, benefit to future generations. Right. And banned. It's a banned worldwide. Banned worldwide. In India also and everywhere in the world. Yes, sickle cell can be cured by gene therapy. There has been some studies where sickle cell has been cured by gene therapy, but not available as legitimate treatment methodology. Okay, so that is one thing. Gene therapy and types based on cell type, which cell type you are doing. Now we'll move on to the next part. Again, type. So type, and here based on method, based on method. And this can be of two types: knockout method and knockdown method. So knockout method and knockdown method. What exactly is this? Here what will be done? In knockout method, gene is removed. Faulty gene, you can say. Faulty gene is removed. Whereas here what happens? Faulty gene is not removed. Messenger RNA. So messenger RNA is destroyed. Right. What is that? I'll explain it. The whole purpose of these methods are to stop functionality of any gene. To stop functionality of any gene. Because gene is functional when it is making protein. We talked about central dogma, you remember? So this is faulty gene. And faulty gene is basically DNA. And this is making faulty RNA. And faulty RNA will make faulty protein. And this faulty protein will cause disease. Right? This is causing disease. All we need to do is to stop faulty protein. So if we hit over here, this is removed. So that is called knock out method. Right? And there we are going to use technology like CRISPR-Cas9, right? Or endonuclease enzyme. That is how we'll do it. We can use another talents, and we can use ZFNs. These are the method that we can use it. Right? So this is where if you remove the gene, no messenger RNA, no protein, and disease will not be there. CRISPR-Cas9 is the most important genome editing tool we have right now. Second one is endonuclease enzyme. Talens and ZFNs uses the same thing. Talens is transcription activator like effector nuclease, and ZFN is zinc finger nuclease. It's the same nuclease enzyme. There is another methodology. The second methodology is that we don't touch gene, rather we destroy this RNA. So RNA is destroyed. Then it is called knockdown method. Because if RNA is destroyed, it's the same thing. It's almost same thing because still protein will not be formed. And for that we have methods like RNA interference technology and antisense technology. This is very, very important. antisense technology. Right? So I'll tell you one thing, that gene therapy is still in growing stage. Lots many new things are coming up where gene therapy will be explored in a proper way. But right now we cannot say that we have done everything in gene therapy. No, we have not done lot many things. Okay. So here we can go with, so now you understand gene therapy. I won't go into the details of it, how do we do it. Yes, this method, that is a very important one. These methods are known as gene silencing. What we call it? Gene silencing. Because here we are killing the genes. Genes are removed. Here genes are silenced. We have not killed the gene, we have silenced the gene. So gene silencing. Okay. Now what we can do out of gene therapy? What kind of benefit we can have? So one of the biggest advantages of gene therapy in India is your cancer treatment. Right? mRNA, miRNA. Yeah, that is another thing. That is microRNA. That is another thing. We'll talk about that too. Right. Now, if you talk about gene therapy in India, so we are focusing more on to focus on cancer treatment. So focus of gene therapy in India is cancer treatment. Right. It is about cancer treatment. Right. Right. And you know one thing, in world we have something called CAR T cell therapy. CAR T cell therapy. I have explained CAR T cell therapy in fundamental classes. I mean the regular classes. In CAR T cell therapy, what we do, we take T cell out of the patient and then we add some gene into T cell so that T cell become more potent in recognizing cancer cell and killing cancer cell. So we do what? We do what? T cells are genetically modified by adding a gene, by adding CAR gene, CAR gene, by CRISPR-Cas9. Which CRISPR-Cas9? Which gene we add? CAR gene. So CAR gene, CRISPR-Cas9. Right? And then what happens? So when you put CAR gene and CRISPR-Cas9 technology, then after modification, CAR T cell is formed. So CAR T cell is formed and it kills cancer cell. Right. That is what the CAR T cell therapy. One of the best thing that we have from biotechnology nowadays, CAR T cell therapy. Okay. And I'll tell you one thing, that India has developed its own CAR T cell therapy. Right. So India has developed its own CAR T cell therapy, and It was in 2023 and now it is applicable. It's been 3 years now we have been using it. So CAR T cell therapy is American version. So India's CAR T cell therapy. So if you talk about India's CAR T cell therapy, then it is known as NEX CAR19. NEX CAR19. Right. Developed by IIT Bombay, Tata Memorial Center, Tata Memorial Center, and a company called ImmunoAct. Right. And when it was developed? In 2023. And it is now applicable. It is very good. It has got accuracy of 70%. 70% treatment accuracy is there and you can use it. Right? Accuracy of 70%. Besides, we have few more topic in biotech that I will just give you glimpse of it. One topic that we should be knowing is forensic biotech. Like we have health biotech, agriculture biotech, similarly we have forensic biotech. In forensic biotech, the first thing that we talk about is DNA fingerprinting or DNA profiling. It's the same thing. Then second thing is called polygraphy. That is called lie detector. Then third one is called narco analysis. That is called truth serum test. Then fourth one is known as brain mapping. Or it is called brain fingerprinting. So I'm sure that you know about it. DNA profiling is proper biotechnology where we use DNA segment or DNA sample that we collect from the crime scene and we do matching, right? Matching. So DNA fingerprinting in CID, crime patrol, you know about it, right? So that is DNA fingerprinting. So unique codes of the DNA will be matched and accordingly okay. Apart from this, these three is not admissible. It cannot be presented in court as evidence. Right. Why? Because Article 20, Clause 3. But this is okay. It's a legal evidence. It's a legal evidence because you collect it from the crime scene. So what you do in DNA fingerprinting? In DNA fingerprinting, you just look for some specific segments of the DNA which is present in everyone's body, in my body, in your body, and then we match it. If the match is there, then the blood sample or DNA sample belong to that person, right? And if it's not matching, it means the blood sample belong to the other person. It's a foolproof technology. Foolproof, that means no exception, and it's a very, very good one. Polygraphy means that you ask a lot of questions and you measure the body parameters like breathing pattern, heartbeat, body temperature, and then you analyze, and then you see that whether the person is telling a lie or truth. Now it is not reliable one. In narcoanalysis, you put some medicine in the body so that the person become half asleep. It's like person is intoxicated. So person's conscious brain will not be functional and subconscious brain will still be functional, and then you ask some question. Chances are very high the person would not be able to tell a lie, plan a story, and he will reveal all the information which are right. In brain mapping, you don't ask anything, you just show some picture and information in front of the person, and then you measure and read the brain waves. The brain waves structure will tell you whether the person is related to that information or not. So it's a very, very authentic one, but you cannot place all these three things in court as a legal evidence because Article 20 Clause 3, it prohibits self-incrimination, right? Prohibits self-incrimination. Okay. So now we'll move on to the next part. So biotech part, we have covered major area. So if you go to this part, again, I'll bring it over here. I don't know where I lost it. Okay, no issues. Oh my God, we have very long discussion, isn't it? Anyway, I'll bring it to here, and biotech part we have covered. So this is also covered. Now we'll move on to nanotech. In lie detector, the concept is that when you tell a lie in front of your papa or mama, then your body parameters will fluctuate, right? When you tell a lie, your body parameters will fluctuate, and then this fluctuation will tell the person is telling, it's a truth or lie, right? Okay, so we'll move on to the next part, and let's quickly have nanotech. In nanotech, we'll talk about two things: basic concept and application part. Right. Because issues and concerns will be a little more mains oriented. In basic concept, we'll talk about what is nanoscale. Right. Then we'll talk about what is nanotech, what are the methods of nanotechnology, principle of nanotechnology, and we'll talk about nanomaterial. Nanomaterial. Right? In application part, we'll explore application in health, will explore application in environment, will explore application in energy, in agriculture, then in defense, in electronics, in fabric. Fabric means textile. Okay, should we go? If you have any question, meanwhile you can ask. Okay, so let's start with it. Nanotech is again very upcoming science. In mains, they asked one question from nanotechnology, agriculture nanotechnology. So when I say nano, so nano means, technical meaning of nano is 10 to power minus 9. And when I say nano scale, then it is something from 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer. It means 10 to power minus 9 meter to 10 to power minus 7 meter, right? So that is nanoscale. That means very small, extremely small, right? You know that 10 to power minus 3 is milli, and 1000 part of milli is 10 to power minus 6, that is micro. And 10 to power minus 9, 1000 part of micro is called nano. So milli you can see, milli you can see, 1 millimeter you can see. So if you want to have visual impression that how small nano can be, so let me tell you, nano means what? Nano means that if you can see 1 millimeter, you divide 1 millimeter into 1000 parts, then you get 1 micrometer. And again divide 1 micrometer in 1000 parts, then you get 1 nanometer. It's extremely, extremely small, right? So why this nanoscale become very important? Nanoscale become very important because scientists realized one thing, that if you bring down something to nanoscale, then what will happen? At nanoscale, you will realize that your material will start showing new property. So if you bring down anything to nanoscale, then it will start showing different property, altogether new property. So here we can write at nanoscale, element or material starts showing new properties, and that become basis of this sign, right? That become basis of this entire thing, right? And then once we realized, like I have given one example, I always give one example, that silver, you know silver at nanoscale, that kills bacteria, kills bacteria. Now this is something which is very unique. This is one of the example of many examples that we have, that silver and nanoscale can kill bacteria. Right? Normally silver will never kill bacteria, but here at nanoscale silver can kill bacteria. Although silver at any other scale will never kill bacteria. Right. Right. So basically at nanotechnology, you manipulate things at nanoscale. Right. Yeah, only certain elements right now, but scientists are exploring it. We are not yet done with nanotechnology. Lots many exploration is going on. We never know what will come in future, right? So here is one more thing, that if you want to, and I mean, to work at nanoscale, if you want to work at nanoscale, you need instrument, and for that we have two type of instrument. One is called atomic force microscope, atomic force microscope, and the second one is called a scanning tunneling microscope. A scanning tunneling microscope. These two microscopes are something which is very, very important if you want to work at nanoscale. Right. Now, like I told you that at nanoscale, when you bring down certain element to nanoscale, it will start showing new property. But why would it happen? What is the principle behind it? Right. What is the principle behind it? So if you talk about principle of nanotechnology, so you know that at nanoscale, right, at nanoscale, particles, because it will be particles, are governed by laws of quantum physics. Laws of quantum physics. Right. It will be governed by laws of quantum physics. And you know that laws of quantum physics are quite different from the other format of physics. Right. You get the point? And that is the one reason why this nano scale elements will start showing different property. Because when the things are bigger, let's say this marker is bigger, it's big enough. It is being governed by normal and classical physics, the Newton's physics, or let's say Archimedes physics, right? But when you bring down to nanoscale, it will be so small that it won't be governed by this now. Okay? It won't be governed by this. So that's the problem. Second thing that we can talk about here, that at nanoscale, right, surface area per unit volume becomes so high, become very high. It means that at nanoscale, when you bring down something to nanoscale, when you decrease, keep on decreasing size of it, then surface area become too small. very small surface area would be there. Extremely small surface area would be there. And at extremely small surface area, what will happen? Sorry, extremely large surface area. Size will be small, but comparatively surface area will become very high. Right. Comparatively surface area will become very, very high. So surface to volume ratio, surface upon volume, that ratio will become very high. Right. And then it will lead to what? It will lead to change in physical property and change in chemical property. Because if surface area is too high, it will be collecting a lot of energy from the surrounding. And many metals at nanoscale become liquid at room temperature. Because high surface area, more energy exchange, and that it will lead to same thing. And higher surface area will also be having and offering greater reactivity. So more reactivity would be there, more reactivity would be there. More reactivity would be there. So these three things. First one, governed by quantum physics. Second thing, very high surface area per unit volume. And then it will lead to change in physical property, change in chemical property. In any element, we look for two properties, physical and chemical, and it's all changed. So when it is all changed, it's all done. Right. Now, there are two ways to do it, Next one is methods of nanotechnology. So there are two methods. One is like you have big size things, you keep on decreasing its size and you bring it down to nanoscale. So this is nanoscale. And there is another one that you start from here. You start with atoms. Here you are having atoms. Then you assemble atoms to make molecules. And then you make nanoscale. Here it is what? Big size, small size, and then nanoscale. Right. This is known as, you know it, top down, method, and this is known as bottom up method. Right. Top down and bottom up. If we talk about top down, bottom up, both are okay, but this is more futuristic. Because, assembling from atomic level, it's a more futuristic, right? Because it will allow you to allow mass production of complex nanosystem. Mass production of complex nanosystem. That is what we do. Right. This is also good. I'm not saying this is not good, but this is, time taking. So it is good, but time taking and not fit for complex nanosystem. That means you cannot make nano machine out of it. You can do what miniaturization you can do. So that you can do miniaturization. You can make small and smaller things. Right? Anyway, let's move on to the next part. If you talk about nanomaterials, we can divide nanomaterials into two parts. One is non-carbon nanomaterial, and the another one is carbon nanomaterial. What we call it? Carbon nanomaterial. Although, if you look around, you will see more of non-carbon nanomaterials, but future lies with carbon nanomaterial. Like, for example, if I can give you silver nanocrystal, kills bacteria, and that is being used. I'm writing the aluminum silicate. It will give you a scratch resistant. So on a glasses and surface, it can make scratch resistance. Then zinc oxide or titanium oxide. So zinc oxide and titanium oxide, that can give you UV resistant, right? UV resistant. Then we have platinum nanostructure, catalyst in fuel cell. So these all things are there. These are the few examples. Long lists are there. But future lies with this. Here we have graphene. Here we have carbon nanotube. Here we have fullerene. Right. So these are the futuristic ones. Right. I'm sure that you know about this graphene, carbon nanotube and fullerene. If you don't know, I can fetch one diagram for you. So I usually take diagram right in front of you, but this is marathon, so I'm not making use of much of the diagram. But let me take one at least, okay? So this is the structure. Can you see this? So this is your graphene. It's made up of carbon. These all black dots are carbon only. So one carbon attached to three carbons, right? When you roll it up, when you roll like pipe like a structure, then it becomes carbon nanotube, right? Carbon nanotube. And once you make a football like a structure, then it becomes fullerene. Fullerene. First of all, these are the pure form of carbon. If you talk about their formula, so formula of this is Cn. This is also Cn, and this is C60. If you count all the carbon, then value of N is 60 out there. So these are made up of nothing but pure carbon, nothing but pure carbon. It is made up of nothing but pure form of carbon. Right. So graphene is something which is a planar sheet. You roll it up, you get carbon nanotube. You distort it in a football-like structure, you get fullerene. Right. I'll tell you that this dimension, if you talk about this graphene, is 2D. It's a 2D structure. Only length and width can be measured. This is a very fine tube. Don't look at this. This tube is very, very fine. So this is 1D. Only length can be measured. And this is 60 carbon. It might look like this big one, but 60 carbon put together, it will look nothing. It's a 0D. Dimensionless. Dimensionless. Right? Now, if you go with the properties of it, properties of graphene or CNT, because these are the main two things which hold a lot of future. So first one is mechanical property. Right. Mechanical property. I'll tell you, I'll explain in very short thing. So it is stronger than steel, and lighter than aluminium, and great tensile strength. You know tensile strength? Tensile strength is ability to withstand pressure without breaking. That is called tensile strength. If you talk about electrical property, then electrical property, if you talk about, then it is 1,000 times better, 1,000 times better conductor than than silver or copper. Right. But at the same time, you know one more thing, that it can be tweaked. It can be, some kind of alteration can be done, and it can be converted into semiconductors. So it can be converted into semiconductors. So that is another thing. If you talk about thermal properties, right. So it has got very high thermal stability. Very high thermal stability. It can withstand very high temperature. Right. Fourth one, if we could find optical property. So it is almost transparent. Right. Almost transparent. Allow 98% light to pass through. Allow 98% light to pass through. Okay. So these are the properties that you can find in, right? Next one, we'll finish it and then we'll go for a break. I'll finish it, don't worry. Now you will go with application part. Application. So biggest application is there in health sector. So application of nanotech in health sector. Right. And I can write some application. The first one, we can make tiny nanostructures which can be injected inside the body. Right. And after this will go and it will deliver the drug to particular places. So first thing that we can inject these nanostructures in our body, especially made nanostructures, and then it can go and it can recognize whether the cancer cells and tumors are there. So that is called highly sensitive disease detector. Highly sensitive disease detector. Right? So highly sensitive disease detector, right. And what it can be done? It can be injected in body to detect cancer and other disease at primary stage. You don't need to go into the detail. That is one thing. And second thing, that if it can detect disease, then why can't it kill it? Right. So second thing, that is targeted drug delivery method. Targeted drug delivery method. Targeted drug delivery method. Right. So what we can do? So nano structure plus medicine in blood or inside body. Right. So nanostructure along with medicine can be sent inside the body and it can deliver. Right. It can deliver the medicine right onto the places where it is required. So medicines will be delivered to only those places where it is required, nowhere else. So that is targeted drug delivery system. Then third is called tissue engineering. Tissue engineering. Right. Tissue engineering. Right. Where nano catalyst can be used to increase the rate of cell division. So what it can do? It increases rate of cell division for faster healing. Healing will become faster. That we have already developed it. And the last one, the fourth one, because at least 4 point. So that is antimicrobial dressing with silver nanocrystal. With silver nanocrystal, and it kills bacteria. Right? Yes, that's a quick revision only, because we have to sum up the entire thing in one long day. So that is what the quick revision is. Like I told you that, but do not think that this is the only thing that can work for you. It's not like that. I will be very candid. I'll be very honest about it. It's not about just one day and you will get many questions coming from there. You have to believe on yourself that all through the year what you have studied. Right? So all through the year you have studied a lot many things. So believe on that. All the current affairs that you have developed, all the notes that you have written, all the lectures that we have already gone through. It's a kind of quick recap. Many people in the very start were asking that, sir, today's class will be sufficient for UPSC Prelims. I don't have any answer for this. How can somebody think that UPSC, in UPSC, 6 subjects are there: history, geography, polity, economy, science, environment. So 6 days it will be done. You could not even pass 10th class in 6 days. 10th class you cannot pass in 6 days. 6 days, 10th class will not be passed. None of your examination in the entire life that you cleared in 6 days. So people are asking that one day entire science will be completed, and will it be sufficient for prelims? Similarly, one day history will be there, sufficient for prelims. One day geography will be there, sufficient for prelims. One day polity will be there, sufficient for prelims. One day environment will be there, sufficient for prelims. One day economy will be there, sufficient for prelims. That means you start from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 6 days, and 7th day on Sunday you go and write the examination. You will clear it. Is it so? I feel pity about those people who ask such question. God save those people. Right. I don't have any answer. So the moment somebody asks such question, at that moment it's clear that that person is not going to qualify. As simple as this. If you ask certain question, it's already written that you won't qualify because you are not ready. You don't know the seriousness of this examination. It is just quick revision. You are saying the right thing now. It is just I came to talk to you all, old student, new student, those students who have not gone through any classes, still they are able to listen and comprehend something out of it. You will have the entire lecture note with you, and then once you have the blueprint, you can add more information. You will have a vision for the subject, and then it will go. Anyway, next one we are going to discuss is application of nanotech in environmental protection. Right. So that is one thing. So like I told you, the biggest environmental menace that we are having right now, the first is minimizing greenhouse gas emission. So in minimizing greenhouse gas emission, we can do it. minimizing greenhouse gas emission. How we can do it? We can have nano solar cell and we can combine it with fuel cell. So nano solar cell and fuel cell technology both can give you day and night energy, because fuel cell energy will use water, and from water it will separate hydrogen and oxygen, and hydrogen will be used as fuel. And nano solar cell will use what? Solar energy into electrical energy. Right? Right. So minimizing greenhouse gas emission, nano solar cell and fuel cell combination, that can give you 24 into 7 energy, and no carbon dioxide emission. So it's a very good one. Right. Then second one, environmental cleanup. Or pollution cleanup by nanosensors. So we can deploy nanosensors which can detect environmental pollution and it can clean it. So it can detect it and it can clean it, right? Then third point that we can add, it can purify water, or it can give safe drinking water. And there we use nanofilters. Nanofilters. Because in water we have to kill bacteria. In water we have to eliminate heavy metal contamination. So in water we have to kill bacteria, we have to remove heavy water contamination, right? And that is how we do it, right? So these three things is there in environment, right? Now we are moving on to the next part, next topic. And next topic is application of nanotechnology in energy sector. Application of nanotech in energy sector. First one, you have to talk about nano solar cell. It's a graphene plus CNT based technology, and it gives more energy from sunlight. So it is better than what we are using right now. More efficient system, much more efficient system. Right? Second thing is nano fuel cell. Right? It's a platinum based system, and what does it do is splits water into hydrogen and oxygen, and hydrogen is what? It's fuel. So hydrogen is a fuel without any pollution, right? In environment, we talk about green hydrogen and blue hydrogen, right? So these two things are important. Third one is nanozeolite. Zeolite is present in nature, but zeolite is a porous rock-like substance, which is excellent filter and catalyst also. But the problem with the zeolite is that zeolites are not available in a very large quantity. So nanozeolite may be present. We can develop nanozeolite. Scientists have developed nanozeolite by bottom-up technology. So it has been developed by bottom-up technology. Developed by bottom-up technology, right? And what is zeolite? What zeolite can do? It is an excellent filter and catalyst, and it can be used for petroleum purification, refining, petroleum refining. So petroleum refining can be done with this. Okay, so we have done with the energy sector as well. Now we are moving on to the next one, and that is your agriculture, very important part. We'll just finish it off, just 10-20 minutes more, and after that we'll go with break. So application of nanotech in agriculture. Right. An agriculture sector, I can give you one flow chart that will be sufficient. Right. So there is three ways we can use it. One is we can use it for crop improvement. Crop improvement. And for that we can use nanobiotech, right? Nanobiotechnology. That means with the help of nanotechnology, we can make some genetic changes in the crop and we can do it. Then the second one is crop productivity. Crop productivity. And there we can use nano fertilizers, because we use fertilizers to increase productivity. And we have two nano fertilizers in India. One is nano urea liquid and nano DAP liquid. So India is first country in the world to have. So this is there in India. Right. And then the last one is crop protection. So in future, we'll have nano pesticide. Nano pesticide. Not yet. Nano pesticide. A nanopesticide will be what? It will be targeted to harmful insects only. It won't kill. It will not kill. It will not kill other insects, because insects may be friendly also, but then it is futuristic. So maybe in future. Here in nanobiotech, how this nanobiotech is different from biotech? So biotech is enzymatic method. Nanotech is direct method, right? So it is direct manipulation. Direct manipulation in DNA of crops. But again, in future. Although experiments has been done in all the way, but nothing we have right now. Yes, but in agriculture we have one thing, that nano fertilizers are already there. That is why nano urea liquid is there, right? Now, let's move on to the next part. Application of nanotech in defense and security. Defense and security. So we have different scheme like nano bio detection scheme. In this scheme we use nano biosensor are used to detect biological weapon, right? So world is under a threat of biological weapon that can be used by terrorists. And nano biodetection scheme where biological weapon can be detected with the help of nano sensors, nano biosensors. Very accurate, very sensitive sensor. Is even a small amount of biological weapon is there, it can detect it, right? Similarly, we have second thing, nano sensor at public protection. Public protection. So here we use what? Nano chemical and biological sensor at public places. Public places like airports, railway stations. If you go to airports of India now, they have nano systems to detect things in a very small amount of time. And then we have third one, that is called nanotech for soldiers, right? So we are making clothes, right? We are making clothes, we are making shoes, jackets, bulletproof jackets, helmets, etc. Right. In India, DRDO is working for that. Yeah, bulletproof jackets and all we are making. So there is one organization which works with DRDO, and they are also engaged in that. They have made many things for it. In America, America has started this exploring these technologies in 2003 only, and America set up one organization at the campus of MIT that is called Institute of Soldier Nanotechnology, and that is why America is now forerunner. America is doing good in terms of adopting nanotechnology for defense and security. Their soldiers are having all high-end equipments. Many of them are having input of all advanced technology, right? So now we'll move on to the next topic. And two more topic, application of nanotech in electronics. It's a upcoming thing. It's becoming very popular these days. If you go to any television shop and all, nano display is there. Foldable screens are there. Flexible screens are there, right? So just give me 1 minute, I'll come. Just 30 seconds, okay? I'm coming and I'll start. So I'm back. And you know that in electronics, there are few things which are becoming very important these days, and people are so much aware about these things. One is flexible display or flexible touch screen display. I'll tell you one thing, that graphene has got all the quality that can convert graphene into flexible touch screen display. Graphene is almost transparent. Graphene is excellent conductor. Graphene is very durable, right? So that touch screen display can be developed. So flexible touch screen display by using graphene, right? So many company have already made this, but graphene is very costly these days. So when the cost of graphene will come down, then we'll have a little cheaper version of it, right? Second one, that is graphene based transistor. You know, transistor is base of electronics. Transistors, and then you put transistors together, then you make what? Microprocessors, right? You get the point? And then transistor microprocessors. Huh? What happened? This today is not my birthday. What happened to you? People are saying happy birthday, sir. No, it's not my birthday. Is there any other sir present in the chat? Nahi. No. My birthday is already gone. It was in December. Please stop. No birthday, nothing. So graphene bit transistor, right? And it's 4 times faster than silicon transistor. You know, today transistors are made up of silicon, right? Okay. And one more thing that we can have, that CNT can be used in electronic circuit. So CNT can be used in electronic circuit. Why? Because CNT is highly conductive. So what it will do? It will lower internal resistance. And you know that if resistance is low, then performance would be better. Right. Performance would be better. And battery life will increase. Because you know that a lot of battery life is gone because our system get heat up. Many of you must be having mobile phones heating up. Like you are carrying your mobile phone in a pocket and all of a sudden it start heating. And then you look at this, your mobile phone was 100% charged and all of a sudden it has reduced to very less charging. Isn't it? Okay, somebody is saying while I was playing PUBG. Yes, when you play PUBG or Fire, what is called Fire, Free Fire, then processors are used at the max, and that may lead to these things also. Anyway, now we are coming to the last topic before I can give break to you. Okay, done. So next one is application of nanotechnology in textile. Textile. So textile is one of the upcoming area in nanotechnology, and for that we'll have to take name of one organization, right, which has done wonderful job. That is International Advanced Research Center for New Material and Powder Metallurgy. This is in Hyderabad. And this organization has done wonderful job. They have developed lot many new fabric right, with us, right? Like some of the fabric it has developed is antimicrobial fabric with silver nanocrystal. With silver nanocrystal, right? So now you know that silver nanocrystal can kill bacteria. So what this company has, this organization has done, they have sprinkled silver nanocrystal, infused silver nanocrystal into the fabric, and now this fabric is antimicrobial, right? And it is also, because when it is antimicrobial, it will also be odor free, so bad odor will not be there. Viral or virus resistant mask, you know, during COVID this mask become very important. So mask was there, and on that mask it was like it's resistant, isn't it? And virus resistant mask with copper dioxide nanoparticle. You might have seen this this mask advertisement where it says that the mask itself kill 99.9%, right? 99.9% viruses. Then there is something called sun wash fabric, or it is also called self cleaning fabric. So sun wash fabric or self cleaning fabric, right? And it uses titanium dioxide. Nano particle. So what titanium dioxide nanoparticle will do? Titanium dioxide nanoparticle will do, it will just, you know, repel the dirt and dust that has been attracted onto it. So in a coming time you will have, you know, fabrics that you want wash again and again. So wash time will become more. So more wash time. So after months you will wash it, because normal dirts and dust it will be there, and if you just put this fabric into sunlight, so sunlight will give energy, right, to titanium dioxide, and titanium dioxide will just repel all the dust and dirts away, right? Just 5 minutes more. The break is just 5 minutes away. 5 minutes means that you have to count 300, that's it, right? So start counting 300. Technical textile. So technical textile is again very important one. Technical textile means those textile which has been developed keeping a particular job in mind. Let's say firefighters, right? So firefighters, they need to have a textile which is fire resistant, which can give a little higher degree of protection when they are coming for this firefighting in a disaster. They are going to rescue someone, so that kind of thing should be there. Similarly, armed forces. So armed forces. So our armed forces should be having this thing also, right? Right. Apart from all these things, I mean, these four parts are there, but it's not like many time you see that many times we say that, okay, where is nanotechnology in life? So there are nanotechnology in our life. If you go to any clothing shop and there if you could find that somebody is selling wrinkle free shirt. Wrinkle free shirt, you know, the shirt where wrinkle will not be there. It's nanotechnology. If somebody is selling water resistant fabric where the water can fall and then it can just spill off, it will not make wet, or odor free fabric. These all products are there in the market. If you go to Decathlon, you know Decathlon. If you go to Decathlon, you can easily find that these things are already there. Right? They are having water resistant fabric. They are having odor resistant fabric. Because many a time when you go into sub-zero temperature, then you don't have courage to, open your clothes and again take a shower and come back with a new set of clothing. So when you go to sub-zero temperature like -30, -40, you just never think about taking bath. All you need to have, multiple layers of clothings and then it's on. But the problem is that if you have multiple layer of clothing, then bacteria will form. Bacteria is already there. So in the warmth of your body, and body will keep secreting some kind of, moisture, some kind of oil. So it will be creating a breeding ground for bacteria, and this bacteria will be having gala time out there. They will grow and they will create bad odor. So bad odor is not only created by our sweat. It's a sweat plus bacterial growth. You get the point? So this is the reply. So here we can write odor free fabric, wrinkle free fabric, water resistant fabric is already there, right? It's already there. So I'm sure that you must be feeling hungry now, but wait for a few minutes. I have one announcement to make. Just a minute. So you can see that we have covered this biotech and nanotech, and now we have left with two things. I don't know where it has gone. I lost it again. Anyway, so we have done this and we have done this. We have left with these two. Okay. So now we'll take one more break, and next time when we come, we are going to finish it all. And I'll tell you one thing, that this break will be going up till 30 minutes. So 30 minutes break, I'll put it. I don't know whether I have 30 minutes or not. I'll see you after 30 minutes. Right. So break is on. 30 minutes. Take care. Come back right at 3. The timer is on. You come back. ब्रेक दे दिया वो टाइमर लगा हाँ सेट कर माइक ऑफ हो गया ना Okay, so welcome back. पानी का bottle. So welcome back everyone. We are in our last session. So 3 sessions and we have completed almost 60-70% of the entire thing that we wanted to discuss, right? And now in the last session we are going to discuss about two topics, defense technology, and then we are going to discuss about IT and computers. We'll go selective in that, right? And before I could go to the next step, next topic, I must tell you that 9th of March, so 9th of March, if you go with this, right? So 9th of March, here you can see. So let me give you a reminder. So 9th March and 9 a.m. you will meet Pawan sir here only, right? And Pawan sir will take care of modern history, right? So modern history part will be taken care of, right? So today 5th March, this day was assigned to me, right? And 9th March, Pawan sir will take care of this modern history part. It will be a kind of quick revision once again, and you will have good insightful information. Let's get back to the same thing. I am coming back to the topic, and like in the last topic we have already completed our nanotechnology, right? And now we are going to talk about the next topic, and the next topic that we'll talk about is defense technology. So defense technology, right? In defense technology, the most important thing is missile system, right? So if you directly talk about missile, so if we talk about Indian missiles, then Indian missiles can be divided into two parts. We know that missiles are of two types. One is our ballistic missile. What we call it? Ballistic missile. So ballistic missiles are there. And then we have another category that is called cruise missiles. Cruise missiles. Now, when the war is going on everywhere, you understand that how this missile technology and all will be so important. And India has already proved its mettle in Operation Sindoor, right? So, in ballistic missile also we have two category. One is IGM-DP missile. So IGM-DP 1983, that project we started under leadership of Dr. Kalam, and we developed 5 missile out of it, right? So 5 missile that has been developed under IGM-DP was Prithvi, Agni, Akash, Nag, and the last one is Trishul, but Trishul is not there with us anymore. So we have a stopped project related to Trishul, so Trishul is not there. So altogether in IGM-DP, Integrated Guided Missile Development Program, we planned 5 missile, we developed 5 missile only, but out of this 5 missile only 4 is there with us. Only 4 is there with us. Okay? Prithvi, Agni, Akash and Nag. And then obviously once IGM-DP was complete, then we started other projects, right? So outside IGM-DP, that is others, which will come under ballistic missile itself. And there we have Dhanush missile, right? We have K series missile, we have Astra missile, right? So Dhanush, K series, Astra, these are the missile system. And apart from this, we are having Prahar and Pralay. Pralay. These all are missiles, right? And if you come to cruise missile, again in cruise missile we can divide into two parts, right? The one part here that we can say it's an Indo-Russian project. So India and Russia came forward and they developed a missile that is called BrahMos, and we have used this BrahMos against Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. It has worked so well. And then we have one indigenous Indian system, right? Totally Indian, no technical help from any other country, that is called Nirbhay. Nirbhay missile. Okay. So these are the entire scenario of missile system, right? Okay. One by one, I will talk a little bit about everything, right? So first of all, you have to write it and then we'll go about it. Okay. So first missile that we can talk about is Prithvi. Okay. Okay, fine. I got it. So Prithvi missile. We'll talk about Prithvi then. So Prithvi missile is first missile that India has developed ever, right? So first missile of India, right? And second thing that it is liquid fueled missile. So liquid fuel has been used in this Prithvi missile, right? And this missile can carry nuclear warhead. Nuclear warhead. That means nuclear weapon can be carried in this. And this is for Pakistan. Yes. So when we were developing, we kept Pakistan in view and then we developed it, right? And we have three variants of Prithvi, right? If you talk about variants, then three variants of them, Prithvi 1, then Prithvi 2, and then Prithvi 3, right? 1, 2, and 3. If you go with the range, 150 kilometer, 250 to 350 kilometer, and this is 350 kilometer. One thing that you should be knowing that it is liquid fuel missile, but which category of missile is this? So it is surface to surface missile. You know, so it can rise from a surface, it will strike onto the surface. So surface to surface missile is this. That is what the Prithvi is. Okay, got this point? Now if you move ahead, if you go ahead of it, then we have the second one that is called Agni missile. Very important missile for India. Again, it is surface to surface missile. But Agni has got one improvement. It is solid fuel missile. Solid fuel missile. And you know, in terms of missile technology, solid fuel is considered as good one because solid fuel are non-corrosive. It can be there in the missile for a very long time. And with the solid fuel, what you can do, you can keep the missile in ready to launch position. In ready to launch position means that missile life will be longer, right? So that is what. And it can carry nuclear warhead. Nuclear warhead, right? So that is one thing. And if you talk about variants, obviously China was in target. So variants is Agni 1, Agni 2, Agni 3, Agni 4, and Agni 5. These are the variants. I won't go into details of the variant, but I can tell you that it is 700 to 1200 kilometer range. This is around 2000 to 2500 kilometer. This was 3500 kilometer. And 4 was around, 2.5. That means around 3000 kilometer. But this is big one. This is 5000 plus kilometer. And because of this, it is India's first ICBM. You know, ICBM, Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. So ICBM, right? And recently we have added one more missile system into this, that is called Agni Prime. Agni Prime is there. And Agni Prime is range is 1000 to 2000 kilometer, right? And it's a new version which will eventually replace Agni 1 and 2 in future. And this is important one, right? Out of all these Agni, 3 Agnis are very, very advanced version. Agni 3, Agni 5 and Agni Prime. Because the diameter, diameter of these missile is 2 meter. 2 meter, 2 meter and 2 meter. And when you have diameter of 2 meter, then this 2 meter diameter can carry multiple, multiple payload in one missile. Multiple payload means multiple warhead. So one missile, but once the missile will rise in the air, this won't be just one missile. It will deliver 5 to 8 payloads at different location. You get the point? This technology is known as MIRV technology. MIRV technology. What we call it? MIRV technology. Multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle technology. Again, I am repeating, multiple independently targeted re-entry vehicle technology, MIRV technology. So that is what the Agni is, right? So Agni is very, very important. And with Agni, we are able to reach to almost each and every part of China, which is strategically very important, right? Agni Prime, one thing you can add about Agni Prime, that eventually Agni Prime will replace Agni 1 and 2. So it is going to replace Agni 1 and 2. Why? Because Agni 1 and 2 is not having this MIRV technology, and Agni 4 will also be gone. So in future we'll have Agni 3, Agni 5 and we'll have Agni Prime. So 3 missile system we'll have in Agni series, right? Next missile system that we can talk about is Dhanush. Dhanush is naval version of, so naval version of Prithvi. So naval version of Prithvi. That means navalized version of Prithvi. You can launch it from ship. So we can call it like it's a ship launch ballistic missile. Right? It can carry nuclear warhead. Right? It can carry nuclear warhead. Right? And it is modified version of Prithvi. Range of this missile is 350 kilometer. So 350 kilometer is the range of this missile. Okay? Got it? So our Navy uses this missile. They keep it onto our this warship like INS Kolkata, INS Kochi, INS Visakhapatnam. These all city names are our warship. And this warship are also, obviously enemy can target onto warship. So if enemy missile is coming onto our warship, then Dhanush can retaliate, right? Dhanush can carry nuclear warhead and it can retaliate, it can do damage to the enemy. So it's a very dangerous missile system that you can have. Then we have the next one, the important one I'm talking about, that is K series. K series or Kalam series. So K series missile, Kalam series missile. And it's a very important one because it is called SLBM. It is called submarine launched ballistic missile. Submarine launched ballistic missile, SLBM. Right. So Dhanush was, it can be launched from where? So Dhanush can be launched from ship, but this can be launched from submarine. Okay. So this can be launched from submarine. And you know that there are different variant of it. So if you talk about variant, okay, one more thing, it can carry nuclear warhead. So it can carry nuclear warhead too, right? It can carry nuclear warhead, right? Next, variants if you talk about, then we have K15, K4 and K5. Three variants we are having it. K15 has a range of 750 kilometer. It is deployed at INS Arihant. INS Arihant is our nuclear submarine. On that submarine is deployed. K4 will go up to 3,500 kilometer. Testing is going on under trial. Trials are going on. And this will be 5,000 plus kilometer, that is under development. Okay. So this is where we have all our submarine at. So all Arihant class submarine will have this, and then we'll have many things linked with it. And you know, India is only fifth country. India is fifth country in the world to develop such submarine and to develop such kind of system. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, now we are coming to the next missile system, and I mean these 4 missiles will be able to carry nuclear warhead. The next missile that we can talk about is Akash. Akash missile is surface to air missile, and it is very much part of air defense system. Air defense system, because it can kill aerial threat. This Akash was also used in this Operation Sindoor in Pakistan, right? And the range of this missile is 30 to 80 kilometer, because we have different variants of it, right? And it has got 2 stages. The engine technology is ramjet. So ramjet engine is there in this Akash missile. Ramjet, you must have gone through ramjet, right? Ramjet is scramjet and all kind of thing, right? And it has got different variant: Akash Mark 1, Akash Mark 2, Akash next generation, Akash Prime, right? So variants, if we talk about, then we have Akash Mark 1, Mark 2, next generation, and Akash Prime. These all are Akash, right? Nobody will ask, no, it's not cruise, it's a ballistic one. I have already categorized what could be cruise, what could be ballistic over here. So have no confusion. This all here is basically your ballistic. Akash is ballistic. We have just 2 cruise missiles, BrahMos and Nirbhay. Okay. Ramjet is a liquid fuel engine which can give you supersonic speed. That's why, right? And the ramjet will work well into the atmospheric conditions, because this missile is flying in atmosphere, so it will be there in a ramjet only. Next one that we can talk about is, after ramjet and Akash, we are having Nag missile. You know, Nag missile. The name is such a dangerous thing, you know, Nag missile. And what we can say Nag missile? Nag missile is, it is called ATGM, anti-tank guided missile. Anti-tank guided missile, right? And it is also known as anti-tank, and it is called fire and forget missile. Fire and forget missile. Okay, because it is based on infrared guidance system, so it will recognize its target and it will hit onto that. Okay, so it is based on IR guidance system. So when I say IR guidance system, what does it mean? It means that it will seek infrared information of the tank, because in tank, if the fuel is burning, due to heat, it will develop lot of infrared and it will just hit onto the infrared only. So you just need to fire it. You don't need to aim it. Aiming is not important, right? And it can work day and night in all weather condition. So it can work day, night, all weather condition. all weather condition. Why? Because you don't need to aim. It will just hit onto the target. It will search its own target, right? That is NAG. And we have different variants of it. The variants of NAG, like one is NAG, another is Helena. Helena is helicopter NAG. And then another is Dhruvastra. So NAG is a normal NAG missile. Helena is helicopter NAG. Helicopter NAG for army. It's of army. And this is helicopter NAG of Air Force. Air Force. Right. Helicopter NAG for Air Force. Okay. Next that we can talk about is Astra missile. Again, very important, Astra missile. Astra missile is India's first air-to-air missile. Air-to-air missile. Air-to-air missile. Right. And making air-to-air missile is a very important thing. Astra Mark 1, Astra Mark 2 we have. And this all missile system has been used against Pakistan. This is also known as, beyond visual range air-to-air missile. Beyond visual range air-to-air missile. Right, because you can hit beyond visual range. I mean from air to air, that means in a fighter plane, you can hit it onto the other fighter plane, but the fighter plane is out of your sight because range is too much. If you go with the variant, so variants are Astra Mark 1 and Astra Mark 2. Astra Mark 1 can go up to 110 kilometer and this can go 160 kilometer. So you cannot see up to 160 kilometer, isn't it? So difficult to look at this. Right. So this is developed and this is under development. So where do we use it? So we are using it at jet fighters like Sukhoi MKI-30. Our backbone. Sukhoi MKI-30 is the backbone of Indian Air Force. We are having around 250 such aircrafts with us. Okay. Just a minute. So I'll make coffee meanwhile because it's a long day for me. Now we'll move on to the next one, and that is a very unique missile system that is called Pralay. Pralay. Pralay missile. This is again surface to surface missile, right? Surface to surface missile, right? It's a solid fuel missile, but it is called quasi ballistic missile. What we call it? Quasi ballistic missile. Why it is called quasi ballistic missile? Right. Ballistic missile, you know about it. Ballistic missile will go in this way. Ballistic missile go like this. It's like throwing a stone. It will have a parabolic path. So, targeting ballistic missile by air defense system is easy. Cruise missile is a little difficult to track because cruise missile is always under your control. It will run parallel to the surface. You can always move the cruise missile the way you want. But ballistic missile is like throwing a stone. That is why in a modern warfare, ballistic missiles are losing its significance because your flight curve is already determined. So what enemy can do? Enemy can launch air defense system and it will kill your missile over here, right? But what this system does, what Pralay missile does, when the Pralay missile will go, at a point it will change its path. So at a particular point, it can change its path. So because it can change its path in a particular point once in the flight time, it will take altogether different trajectory. It will bluff the air defense system. So here we can add one more thing. Here we can add one more thing. It can change its path once to overwhelm or bluff air defense system of enemy. Air defense system of enemy. Air defense system of enemy. Right? Range of this missile, if we talk about, then 150 to 500 kilometer. It's a flexible range, 150 to 500 kilometer. Right? So that is Pralay. And the last one is Prahar. So if you go with the Prahar missile, so Prahar missile, it's 150 kilometer range, solid fuel missile. And why we are developing it? Because it will replace Prithvi 1, because Prithvi 1 is liquid fuel. Liquid fuel missiles are not good because it cannot be utilized easily. Okay. So now we'll have another one. This is done. All the thing related to Prahar missile, we have done it. We'll quickly have our cruise missile. No? So cruise missile. Cruise missile is good in a modern warfare because cruise missile will fly. When the cruise missile is there, it will fly parallel to the surface. It can come back, it can strike. So all through the flight path, you can control it. That is what the cruise missile is. And that is why cruise missile are a little harder to track by radar system, right? And air defense system will also find it difficult to kill it, right? You got the point? And we have got two cruise missiles. The first cruise missile we have is BrahMos. BrahMos, right? That is Indo-Russian joint venture. Indo-Russian joint venture. And we have two variants of it. So we have BrahMos 1 and BrahMos 2. BrahMos 1 and BrahMos 2, right? So BrahMos 1 and 2. BrahMos 1 has range of 290 to 400 kilometer. And this has range of up to 800 kilometer, right? So if we go with BrahMos 2, then it is up to 800 kilometer. It will have ramjet. It is having ramjet engine. It will have a scramjet engine. Engine technology is a scramjet. Moreover, this is supersonic missile, but this will be hypersonic missile. That means it will fly with a speed of 7 Mach, right? This will fly with a speed of 3.5 Mach or 3 Mach. There is another variant of this that is called BrahMos NG. BrahMos NG, BrahMos next generation, which is made up of composite material. So it is made up of composite material, right? And when I say it is made up of composite material, it is not made up of metals. It is lighter version of some material. So it is 50% lighter and 3 meter shorter. So if you compare it with this, then it is 50% lighter and 3 meter shorter. Good for good for Air Force. So Air Force people will have it handy. And BrahMos is very nice missile system that India and Russia developed jointly. It will have all variants, like we have land version, we have ship version, we have submarine version, we have air version. Everything we have it. Okay. So, but this is Indo-Russian technology. Then India wanted to make another cruise missile based on Indian technology, and then we had concept of Nirbhay. So Nirbhay, right? And it's a cruise missile. Right. It's a cruise missile. And this cruise missile has a speed of 0.8 Mach. So it is subsonic. Its speed is not very good, but range is very good. Range will be 1000 kilometer. Good range. But the only problem is engine. Okay, if I talk about engine, then it is turbojet engine. Turbojet engine. But the only problem is that it's not successful yet. So we are having problem with the success, and mixed success is there. So it is still under development, still under development, right? So that is what the Nirbhay is. Okay. So good enough that we have done all the missile thing. You know, apart from missile, there is one more important thing that we should be aware of, and that is your air defense system. So we must talk about air defense system as well, right? Air defense system of India. So we are developing something called Sudarshan Chakra. That is future plan that will have a robust air defense system, and it will be known as Sudarshan Chakra. But right now what we are having 4 layers of air defense system, right? The first one is called long range interception, and for that we have BMD, ballistic missile defense. Right. Second one is called intermediate range. Then we have S-400, we got it from Russia, 400 kilometers, right? Then we have third one, short range interception, which is up to 100 kilometers. I'll write kilometers, right? There we have Akash missile, a Spider missile, a Spider that we got it from Israel, and Barak 8. Right. And then we have very short range. Very short range interception. There we have two systems, Bofors and MANPADS. MANPADS. Man Portable Air Defense System. So if I say long range, what does it mean? When I say long range interception, that is if the missile is coming from more than 2,500 kilometers. So more than 2,500 kilometers. When I say intermediate range, 400 kilometer will be the range. Short range, 100 kilometer. And very short range, then 10 kilometer. So even if your missile is coming from more than 2,500 kilometer, you can hit it by BMD system, ballistic missile defense system. India has developed it, right? So this is developed by India. S-400 we got it from Russia, So India got it from Russia, and we have used it against Pakistan. So this is our air defense system. But you must be knowing about Sudarshan Chakra. So India is developing Sudarshan Chakra, right? Which will be a robust air defense system made up of many layers, and then we'll use it. So all this system in future will be known as Sudarshan Chakra. Okay. Anyway, now once we have done with the missile and air defense system, we'll move on to the next topic, and the next topic is we'll talk about aircrafts of India. So I'll give you blueprint of it. Aircrafts of India. So in India, aircrafts here, we have aircraft from Russia. We have some aircraft from France, main aircraft I'm talking about. And then we have aircraft from India. Right. Russia, we are having MiG-21, which has been removed now. Right, MiG-21, and it is decommissioned. It is no more, removed. Right, from service. But still we have MiG-29. MiG-29. And then we have another one that is called Sukhoi MKI-30. Which is our backbone. I mean, more than 250 we have it. Right. Then we have something from France also. From France we have Jaguar. So Jaguar is there. So Jaguar. Then we have Mirage 2000. And recently we got what? Rafale. So Jaguar is there. Gorakhpur is base of Jaguar. Mirage 2000 is there. Rafale is there. And India has developed Tejas. So Tejas we have developed. It's already there. And we are developing the next one. Right. That is called AMCA. AMCA. Right. Advanced Multi-Role Combat Air Jet. And then we are also developing something called TEDBF. Right, TEDBF, Twin Engine Deck Based Fighter. So these two are under development. And let me tell you one thing. This is replacement of MiG-21. So MiG-21 will be replaced by Tejas. It is being replaced by Tejas. Okay. So Rafale is important. Rafale is important. So we have got 36 Rafale. So 36 Rafale we got it. And then very recently, India has ordered for 26 Rafale M. So 26 Rafale M for Navy. This 36 Rafale was for Air Force. It is there with us. This 26 will come. And 114 Rafale is also under consideration. Right? So 36 Rafale is already there with us. 26 Rafale M. Rafale M is for Navy. So it will be there on INS Vikrant. That is already order has been placed, and 114 Rafale are under negotiation to get that. So soon we'll have over around 190 Rafale with us. Right. So that will become, in future, it might become the main strike jet fighter of India. right? Tejas has been in news, in Dubai Aero Show, one Tejas crashed, and sadly, a brave pilot was also, uh, he also lost his life, right? So Tejas is HAL, right? Yeah, Rafale is 4.5 generation. So Rafale is 4.5 generation, and AMCA will be fifth generation. Fifth generation. India is having only one fifth generation that India will have in future, that is AMCA. Right. So Tejas Mark 1 is there, Tejas Mark 2 is there. So Tejas Mark 1, that was the first generation of Tejas, but when we got this Tejas Mark 1, Air Force was not happy with it. So according to the Air Force requirement, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, right, improved Tejas at 40 different points. And with 40 different modification, Tejas Mark 1A is now with the Air Force. So Air Force are now handling Tejas Mark 1A. But again, lots of improvement are due. So we are under development of Tejas Mark 2. And Tejas Mark 2 will be coming to us by 2035. And once Tejas Mark 2 will come, it will replace MiG-29. MiG-29 will be replaced by Tejas Mark 2, right? So Mark 2 will be replacing MiG-29. Again, a naval version of Tejas is being developed that is called twin engine deck based fighter. Twin engine deck based fighter. That is Tejas another version. And India is developing, that's a very ambitious project of India, AMCA, Advanced Multi-Role Combat Aircraft, right? And Advanced Multi-Role Combat Aircraft will be India's first fifth generation aircraft. India do not have any fifth generation aircraft. It will have stealth technology. That means it will be very difficult to trace it with the help of radar system. You get the point? And already its design format has been decided. And if all goes well, then by 2027 we'll have its first flight, and 2035 we might have the first batch of it into Air Force, right? Dharam is asking, sir, this class is sufficient from science and technology. Sufficient for what? Sufficient for prelims examination? Are you kidding? Do you think that one day class will be sufficient for UPSC examination? Have you ever passed any examination by reading just one day? This is rapid revision. Revision is done only when you have already read everything. So if you have read everything, because this 6-7 hours class or 8 hours class, whatever class I'm taking, I take 100 hours to cover, 80 hours to cover. 80 hours class is now compressed into 8 hours. How can it function? So 80 hours of classes is compressed in 8 hours. So have you done 80 hours classes? If you have not done, it is of no use, right? I'm not saying that you have done from my classes. Anywhere if you have done, then only it will make sense to you, right? UPSC prelims is not an easy task. I'm so sorry to tell you, but we are just helping you with the revision. Revision means you have already studied, and then I'm helping you with revision. I have told in the start of this class only that what do you think that 6 days classes will be enough to crack the prelims examination? Rest of the people who are studying throughout the years, are they fool? Right? No, don't be fool yourself. If you ask that whether this class is enough for UPSC prelims, yes, it is enough. Only when you have studied entire science and technology in your foundation batch, when you studied 9th and 10th NCRT, if you studied 1.5 year, right, current affairs. So three things. First thing, NCRT is done, foundation is done, and 1.5 year science and technology is done. Then only this class is sufficient for prelims examination. Okay? Okay. Anyway, now we can go with the submarines. Submarines of India. So submarines of India, you know, submarines are very important. Two category. One is nuclear powered submarine. Nuclear powered. There we have nuclear reactor into it, right? Right. Second one is uh, your diesel electric submarine. So diesel electric submarine. So power source is diesel electric, diesel and battery. Here power source is nuclear. Here we have Arihant class submarine. Arihant class submarine. Arihant class submarine. Right. And here we have a different category like Tishumar class submarine from Germany. Then we have Sindhu Ghosh class submarine from Russia. And then we have Kalvari class submarine. Made in India, but French technology. Made in India, but French technology. So Arihant class submarine is INS Arihant, INS Arighat. Right. So we'll have 4 submarine out of it. We have 6 submarine out of it. We have 9 submarine here and we have 4 here. Okay. So this is your story of all the submarines that we are having. Right? And you know, we have developed this Kalvari class submarine under Project 75. So here I can tell you 6 Kalvari class submarine were developed under Project 75, right? And technology was French technology, and that is called Escorpine submarine technology. So in France, France has got a Scorpine submarine. Based on that Scorpine submarine, we have developed our Kalvari class submarine. So Iris, Kalvari, Kandheri, Karanj, Vela, Vagir, Vagshir. Right. Then after we are going to start, we are going to start project 75I. Right. Right. And it will develop 6 more submarine in future. So 6 more submarine in future. Project 75I. Right? Now we'll move on to the next part, and next part is our Indian aircraft carrier. So we have 2 active carriers. First is called INS Vikramaditya. That we got it from Russia. And we brought this in service in 2023. And the second one that is a very important is called INS Vikrant. That is made by India. It is our first self-made thing, right? And 2022 we commissioned it, and it is in use. In future, we have another plan, and in future we'll have INS Vishal, India. INS Vishal, India. So in future, we are working on that. It's a very nascent stage to tell anything about it, but we are working on that. One last thing that I would like to draw your attention to, that India has got drones also, right? So last thing about defense is drones of India. Right. So we have Nishant, we have Laksh, we have Rustam. Rustam is known as Tapas. We have fourth one, Aura. Aura is called Ghatak. And the fifth one we are having Nagastra. Nagastra. These three is combat drone. Combat drone. It means that it can kill targets. Right? It can kill targets. Nishant is for surveillance. Surveillance drone. And this is for training, air defense training. So this is for air defense training. So Nishant has got camera and all. With the help of camera, you can simply have a surveillance around the enemy area. Laksh is target drone. You fly it and then you hit it by your air defense system so that you can have practice. Rustam is high endurance drone which can fly more than 10 hours at 25,000 feet and it can carry some weapons and it can hit the target. Aura is a stealth technology future drone that India is still developing. It is under development. It is under development. Right? And Nagastra is developed. It's a suicide drone, kamikaze mode. You must be knowing about kamikaze drone. So kamikaze drone. Okay. So our defense system is done. Just give me 1 minute. I'll come and then I'll start. Next topic. Defense system is done. Yes. I am visible now. I was invisible, but I am visible now. Anyway, so now we are coming to the next and the last area of today's discussion. We'll have 3, 4, 5 topics in that, and that is IT and computers. The first thing that we can talk about is satellite internet. Satellite internet. Very much in news, right? So nowadays we are looking for satellite internet, right? So optical fiber network is there, mobile internet is there, but satellite internet is also there. And satellite internet mainly are of two types. One is LEO satellite internet, low Earth orbit, and another one is GSO satellite internet. GSO satellite internet. So LEO is at around 400 kilometer. This is at approximately 36,000 kilometer, right? And here, you know that here this LEO satellite is more popular. So this is more popular because it offers better service. Better service. Why? Because it has got low latency. Lag is low and speed is more. Right? Whereas it is less popular because service quality is a little low. Right? Normal service. Normal service. Not bad, but normal service. A little high latency. Latency is high and speed is okay. Okay speed. Right? Moreover, here you use fixed antenna. Fixed antenna. So you have to fix antenna. That means antenna orientation should be fixed enough. So you cannot carry it everywhere. But here you use what? Gateway. Gateway based. So you have one instrument and then you have to carry it. You take this instrument out, it will connect to the satellite, and then you will get all information out there. Right? Now, what kind of benefit this satellite internet would have? So first of all, satellite internet will have a benefit that with the help of satellite, you can always provide very good quality internet services to rural area, geographically isolated area, and distant area like mountains and all, where optical fiber network and mobile network is not very strong, right? Second thing, that in disaster management it will be playing very important role, because if natural calamity is there, earthquake is there, some disaster is there, then also you will have the satellite internet working, right? So it will help in disaster management, right? It will help in overall internet access, and it will also bridge digital divide into the country, right? And with the help of this internet, you will be able to push a smart agriculture, e-health, telemedicine, teleeducation into rural part of the India, right? Now, what are the players? Which players are there? So, if you talk about major players of it, then players in India, companies in India we can talk about. Then the first one is Starlink. Starlink is there, that is a SpaceX, right? It's coming, it's already license has been given. OneWeb with Airtel. OneWeb Airtel. That will also be coming. Second one is GeoSCS. Geo, you know, and ACS, European Union. They will be coming with that. And already there is something called Hughes communication. ISRO is in partner, and this provide GSO satellite internet. So it's already there. It's already working. These three will come. These three will come. Now, So once satellite internet is there, it's a new thing. The next current development in terms of IT and all is 6G. You all be knowing 6G? 6G. Sixth generation. Right? So 6G will be coming by 2030. So wait for few more year and you will have 6G. But what exactly 6G? What kind of benefit 6G will bring in? That is what we want to know. What kind of benefit 6G will bring in? Right? So 6G benefit, if you talk about 100 times faster than 5G, that's the first benefit. The speed is 100 times faster. Terabit speed, that we call it terabit speed. Right. Then ultra low latency, sub millisecond latency. So it will have sub millisecond latency. Ultra low latency, that we call ultra low latency. Ultra low latency. Right? Ultra low latency. So sub millisecond, 1 millisecond and less latency. Right. So network management by AI and ML. So AI and machine learning will manage the network. Right? Right. It will be green telecom. Nowadays everything is green. So it will have low carbon footprint. Low carbon footprint. Green telecom with low carbon footprint. Right? It will use terahertz spectrum. So new spectrum. Terahertz spectrum. It's a new spectrum that will release. So it will not have any network congestion issues and everything. Right? And what kind of benefit it will bring in? Right? So benefits, if we talk about, because we are already having this 5G and all, and with 5G and all, we have already have entered into virtual reality and gaming and all. But 6G will give you holographic communication. Holographic communication. Right? Holographic communication. And it will also give you immersive experience. Immersive experience. Like metaverse and all. So that kind of new thing will come up. Right? And India is already having its own vision for 6G. That is what we call it India 6G vision. So we have development of 6G in India. So we have India 6G vision, right? And the vision is to develop 6G technology by 2030, right? and we have to make it possible. So 6G, development of 6G by 2030. And the second one that we are having is Bharat 6G mission. Bharat 6G mission. So Bharat 6G mission will make it possible. So this vision will be possible through this only. Right? So Bharat 6G mission. Right. And for development of all these things, we have 6G innovation group. Innovation group. Right? Where all testings and development will be done. In Bharat 6G vision, right, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India and our Ministry of Telecommunication, they are promoting development of hardware and software related to 6G, right? And we are pushing all the research work into it. And then in future, we might be a leader in 6G technology, right? So that is about 6G that we have to understand. Now, we are coming to the next topic. And next topic, what I feel that it's very important one is quantum computer. Quantum computer is equally important topic because UPSC Prelims, they are asking question directly from quantum computer. So we still have some time and we can talk about quantum computer. So quantum computer is different from electrical computer. It is based on spintronics. That is a spin of electrons, not flow of electrons. Flow of electrons is electronics, but it is based on a spin of electrons, spintronics. And you know that electron has one property, that electron can spin in clockwise direction and electron can spin in anti-clockwise direction. So clockwise and anti-clockwise. Clockwise can be considered as 1, anti-clockwise can be considered as 0. And that is how we get two codes, 0 and 1. It's like binary. But the problem is that electrons are always and always in paired condition. So because electrons are in paired condition, so here we can say electrons are in paired condition. Paired condition, you know. So because electrons are in paired condition, so it won't be like 0 and 1. It will be like this, you know, this kind of combination, 1, 0, then reverse 1. Reverse will be like this, 0, 1, then it could be 1, 1, and there could be 0, 0, right? So these four possible, these are units. These are called qubits. So 4 qubit you will get. Qubits. Right? That is called quantum dots. Sorry, these are called quantum bits. Okay? Okay. And to get this quantum bits, you get this quantum bit through two phenomenon, right? Or let's say we can get this quantum bit by having quantum dots or quantum loops, which eventually make what? Quantum processor, quantum processors. Nowadays, quantum processors are very much in use, right? Quantum processors. And you need to keep this quantum processor at very uh, low temperature. So extremely low temperature is required at very low temperature. Okay. There are two basic principles which are required in this, right? Right. So principle of quantum computing. This is very important. And these two principles are, one is called entanglement. Entanglement. And the second one is called superpositioning. Entanglement means that if you change a spin of one electron, the other would automatically change. So changing a spin of one will automatically change the other one. That is called entanglement, right? And superpositioning means that you can have same orientation of the electron spin, right? That is called superpositioning, right? If you go with the development of supercomputer in the world, then it was in 2011 when D-Wave system of Canada developed world's first commercially available supercomputer. That was called D-Wave system, D-Wave 2000. So company's name was D-Wave and the computer name was D-Wave 2000. But that's an old story now. The recent story is that India is now into supercomputer development. And in 2000, recently, I mean, not long back, right? So we started National Quantum Mission, right? So in 2023, India started National Quantum Mission, right? So if you go with that, in 2023, National Quantum Mission was started. National Quantum Mission was started. And we are working on that National Quantum Mission. I'll show you one diagram. Again, I'll fetch one diagram so that you can also use it. This is the diagram I usually show in all my classes. This diagram or this flow chart is from Department of Science and Technology, so good enough to study. And I can show you that what exactly we are going to do. And recently we developed India's first quantum computer. And can anybody tell me the name of India's first quantum computer? So meanwhile, you can see NQM, National Quantum Mission, to seed, nurture, and scale up scientific and industrial R&D and create a vibrant, innovative ecosystem in quantum computing, quantum technology. That is one. Second one is to target developing intermediate scale quantum computer with 50 to 1000 qubit in 8 years. That means by 2030. Quantum communication with complete quantum key distribution. Quantum communication is secure communication system, and mission can provide a great fillip to innovation in new products and services. Right. Yes, QPI Indus. Very good. Very good. Right. So under this National Quantum Mission, if I could tell you, under this National Quantum Mission, so National Quantum Mission, we are having 4 thematic hubs. 4 thematic hubs. Right? And what are those thematic hubs? That means 4 area that we are going to work upon. Right? 4 area that we are going to work upon. One is quantum computer. So we are going to develop quantum computer, and we have already developed QPI Indus. It's already there. Then we are going to develop quantum communication. Then we are going to develop quantum sensing and metrology, quantum sensing and metrology. And at the last, we are going to develop quantum material and device. Right. And India has already developed quantum computer. First quantum computer is QPI Indus. QPI Indus. So QPI AI Indus also you can say. Yes, QPI AI Indus, or you can put AI word also. Pi is mathematical pi. Okay. So I don't have any energy to go any further because science and technology is ocean. No matter how long I can go, I will never be able to finish it. But I think that I have given you quite quick revision all through the day you were with me, and we have gone through a quick revision of all the important things, right? And now my energy is also gone. I am sure that you also very much drained out. And all the people who are watching this video, I'm sure that you have gone through the fundamental classes, that those 40 classes of science and technology. Anywhere, whether you have studied from me or anywhere else, you have to revise it once again. Do take care of current development. In current affair classes, you have to focus. And then 1.5 year current affairs is very much required. And once you have done it, you will be good to go. Okay. So thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for being all through the day. And many people, I know that they will watch it in a live session, I mean recorded version. It will be there on a YouTube and you can make use of it. I try to compress lot many things in those 8 hours, right? And meanwhile, if you have any doubt and all, my name is Ritesh R. Jaiswal, and you can reach out to me on, you search my name, you will get the information on social media, and then you can reach out to me. I'll try to reply you back. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.